Good afternoon, everyone. I call this November 18th, 2024 Special Committee of the Whole meeting to order at 2 p.m. This meeting will be held in a hybrid manner where members of council, staff, and the public can participate electronically. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded and will be available on the Township website. Notice is hereby provided that under the authority of the Municipal Act 2001 and in accordance with the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, that all information attained is considered part of the public record. All rules apply to the meeting as if everyone was attending in person, and if there is a problem with the technology impacting the proceedings of a meeting, the meeting may be recessed. So we have an agenda before us and a particular recommendation. Can I get a member to move that? Mr. Mayor, that council resolve into committee of the whole and that the agenda of the special committee of the whole meeting dated November 18th, 2024 be confirmed as circulated. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Willis, any comments on the agenda before us? I think we all know what we're doing. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? Seeing none. Moving now to presentations. Marianne Love, ML Consulting, to provide a presentation on the council compensation review.
Thank you. Oh,
Go
sorry.
Ahead. Yep.
So today we have with us Marianne Love. She is the consultant who we have engaged with to conduct the council compensation review as part of the overall project that we did in 2024, which was the non-union and council compensation review. This review has looked at the market in terms of comparing council's remuneration with that of our comparators. So Marianne has joined us to provide council with the outputs of that review.
So I'll turn to the clerk as Ms. Love teed up.
Yes, Marianne is in the meeting. Marianne, if you could hear us, could you turn on your video and audio?
There we go. It seems that I needed to be joined as a panelist, so I'm in now. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Please proceed.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point, and I'd like to be able to share my screen. And there we go. Okay. Can everybody see that? There we go. Council able to see the presentation?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll proceed. And through the mayor, I'm happy to answer questions as we go through, or you could hold those to the end. And I don't have too many slides here, so I can take you through that. Okay. So compensation, I understand, for the elected officials at Loyalist was last reviewed through a third-party consultant, and that was back in 2018, so 6 years ago. I understand that there were changes implemented as a result of that review. In 2020, council requested staff to provide an update on council remuneration, and that I understand that this led to further updates and enhancements to the council remuneration policy. The primary objective of the review this year was to conduct a review of the base pay and other elements of compensation for the mayor, deputy mayor, and council positions using an updated comparator group. I reviewed municipal comparator information collected by Loyalist staff. I prepared a base pay market summary using various percentile targets. And of course, the presentations in this report are prepared for council's consideration. This slide sets out the current pay practice for council positions. You can see the annual base pay rates are shown up top. I won't read them out, but you see the base pay rates for mayor, deputy mayor, and councillor. There are 7 members of council. Our base pay rates at Loyalist Township compensate for council meetings, special council meetings, committee of the whole meetings, subcommittees, and attendance at meetings of committees, boards, and commissions as council appointee. There is additional compensation for special meetings at $250 for full day, $125 for half day or less. There is a $250 per diem provided for attendance at council at conferences and workshops, and a lesser amount for half day attendance. There is a meal allowance on a daily basis of $75 when attending conferences. There is an annual vehicle allowance for mayor at $8,400 annually. That would account for 1,200 up to 1,200 kilometers, and for deputy mayor and councilors at 2,520 to account for up to 3,600 kilometers. And then, of course, mileage for travel outside of the township. Technology in terms of tablets are provided to all of council. There's a corporate cell phone for the mayor and the deputy mayor. Extended health and dental benefits are provided with premiums paid by the township, and there will be voluntary participation in that plan. There's also $25,000 life insurance coverage that's provided. There are RSP contributions made. Those are voluntary and for those that are participating, there's a 5% match by the township, and there's no owner's participation. I understand that base pay is adjusted annually, January 1st of each calendar year, with the same economic adjustment that's provided to the non-union employee group. By way of overall summary, as you can see, the current base pay is again reflected at the top of this slide. The base pay remuneration for all of our positions, the elected official positions, is low to the defined pay market, looking at the 60th percentile. The other elements of remuneration are generally comparable. In terms of the methodology and the approach, the market comparator group was selected having regard to local regional comparators and sourced information from the comparator group that was used in the 2024 staff compensation study. 9 of the listed comparators provided responses. A custom survey was prepared using these organizations. We have Brighton, Cobourg, Greater Napanee, Pelham, Port Colborne, Russell, South Frontenac, Springwater, and Trent Hills. Loyalist Township is relatively placed within the comparator group, having regard to size indicators such as operating budget, population, and the size of council. One of those indicators being size of council. The size for our comparator group ranges from 5 to 9 members, and 7 members is prevalent amongst the group. The base pay compensation for mayor, deputy mayor, and councillor positions was reviewed and compared to the defined pay market using 2024 base pay rates. For 3 comparators, base pay compensates for council meetings, committee meetings, and special meetings of council. 6 comparators provide per diem meetings for additional council committee meetings that aren't included in the base pay allocation. And those per diem rates range from $150 to $250 for full day, and then the half component of $75 to $125 for half day. This slide sets out the comparative analysis based on or having regard to the base pay values. And you can see to the left of the slide, the Loyalist Township elected official pay rates are noted. To the left, in terms of the column, it says 2024 base pay rate. So those are the annual rates for each of the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the councillor. Moving on into the green space, we have the number of observations, which means the number of matches. So 9 of our comparators had mayor and councillor, only 6 of the 9 had deputy mayors. This is why we're seeing 6 observations. As you move across this chart, you can see the comparative analysis based on various percentile targets. The market median is the 50th percentile. So we got the 50th percentile, 55th, the 60th, and the 65th. And you'll see the 60th percentile values highlighted. This is the target that was recommended for the employee group. So you can see to the right of the percentile target values, you can see the percentage difference between the current base pay rate and what the 60th percentile target value is. The 2024 compensation review for the management non-union positions, as I mentioned earlier, recommended 60th percentile target. It is common practice in the sector to align pay rates for council positions with the pay rates for the non-union employee group in terms of pay target. It's also common practice on an annual basis to provide the same COLA increase as well. In terms of percentile targets, we use percentile targets to determine how we rank amongst the comparator group. The 60th percentile target is the dollar rate, where 60% of the wage rates in the comparator organizations are below and 40% are above. So the 60th percentile target is therefore slightly higher than the 50th percentile. Base pay rates for mayor, deputy mayor, and councilors are all below, as you can see from the previous slide. They're all below that 60th percentile target of a defined group. The market rate for the mayor at the 60th percentile is $47,795. The base pay rates in the comparator groups range from $32,362 up to $69,477. So you can see by virtue of this range that the 60th percentile is within that range. It's a bit a little higher than the midpoint. The market rate for the deputy mayor is $30,591 annually. The base pay ranges amongst the comparators span from $20,954 to $36,855. And the market rate for councilor is $24,938, and the base pay rates range from $17,585 up to $35,584. So you can see the spans, and the 60th percentile targets again are to the left of the slide. In terms of other remuneration, the other remuneration of our comparators overall is comparable, with our comparator municipalities. 8 of our comparators are reporting that base pay rates are adjusted annually by the same economic adjustment provided to the non-union employee rates. And this is prevalent across the province in terms of this practice. By way of conclusion, the comparator group is representative based on select criteria. It aligns with our management non-union group as well. The 60th percentile pay target is reasonable based on the size, scope, and pay practice of the comparator group, and it aligns with recommended pay target for a non-union employee group. So we have some symmetry there as well. Our base pay rates for the 3 elected official positions, mayor, deputy mayor, and councilor, require an increase to meet the 60th percentile pay target. All other elements of remuneration are generally comparable. It's best practice to increase our annual base pay rates for elected officials on an annual basis by an amount used to adjust the non-union employee salary grid. And this is allowing them for a year-over-year increase to align with cost of living increases. And it's also supported, as I said, by survey results and practice in the province. It's also best practice to review compensation once during the term of council using a survey of comparative municipalities, as has been done in this review. By way of recommendation, I'm recommending that council give consideration to implementing the following base pay adjustments. And my recommendation is that council considers implementing effective the 2026 term of council. And if this is the case, of course, because the work was done in 2024, the numbers you see on the screen here would have to have that economic adjustment applied for 25 and get us into the 26 term. And certainly council could decide to implement sooner than the 2026 term. Some councils move it forward, others will make adjustments during the term. In terms of pay target, it's recommended that council continue the practice of adjusting base pay by using that same percentage economic adjustment provided for the non-union compensation grid. And in terms of review period, it's recommended that council adopt the practice of reviewing compensation at least once each term of council in consultation with third-party consultant and using a comparison with comparative municipalities, which is, as I said, seems to have evolved to best practice across the province. And I believe, Mayor, that's the conclusion of my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Love. So committee, any decisions based on the recommendations or wider implications we'll discuss later. If there's any technical questions related to the presentation, you can ask Ms. Love those now while she's here. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I'm wondering, could you provide us with even more detail on the 9 comparator groups in terms of, I saw that 69,000 plus mayor, and I thought, wow, that's pretty good salary. I'm just wondering, do you have that data that you could share with us? Because often as councillors, we are challenged on our decisions based on, township X gets this, township Y gets this, and we don't get that. So I'm just wondering if you could share that further.
Yes, certainly it's available. In fact, all of the comparator data is available in a summary chart, which can be provided to council. And I can get through that now, or we could put that forward when council's fully deliberating.
Yeah, we can, if you wouldn't mind providing that to the HR manager, Ms. Love, that would be great.
Sure.
Other questions? Councillor Ennis.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks very much for the presentation. I had a question about the extended health benefits and your thoughts on that. Thinking of, and I do think this is about future would-be candidates for council. And if you had 2 candidates for council, one who, had a day job with benefits, one who perhaps is retired or has a day job that does not have benefits, is the provision of benefits, and it's sort of take it or leave it. Is that would you say that's an equitable situation, or is there perhaps a better way to go about that with offering more flexibility?
Well, I can speak to some practice across the province. There are some councils that will embark on a healthcare spending account. It's something that the council may want to explore. That does provide a lot of flexibility. It can be used to augment, a situation where there's already benefits provided through another spouse, and still being able to source a benefit entitlement, if you will, through the municipality. But there are different arrangements out there. And there are some, I'd have to say, that of all of our comparators that we did source, there was 5 of them reported that the benefits are provided to all members. 2 of those organizations do provide a healthcare spending account. So you can see amongst our comparator group that there has been some thought put to opportunities for flexibility.
Any other questions? We have a recommendation to receive the presentation from Ms. Love, moved by Councillor Broderick, seconded by Councillor Innes. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Thanks, Ms. Love. Much appreciated.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Have a great meeting. Thanks for having me this afternoon.
I will now turn to open forum. So 15 minutes of the meeting has been set aside for open forum. Any individual may address the committee regarding an item on the agenda. Each person has 3 minutes to speak. Anyone wishing to speak can register in advance with the clerk's division or raise their hand. And if participating virtually, used the raised hand feature in Zoom. Are there any pre-registered today?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no pre-registered speakers.
Okay. I would ask if there's anyone in the council chambers who'd like to speak. Seeing none, we'll proceed then. There are no delegations. And here we are at the meat and potatoes of this evening's meeting, the 2025 budget, and I will turn it over to the CAO.
Thank you, Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Before you use the presentation agenda for today, I will give a brief overview of our presentation, followed by the treasurer and a budget overview with long-range planning. Then each division will present their budget, their operating budget for you, and then we'll present the capital budgets by division with a summary and the recommendations at the end. So good afternoon, Council and members of the public who are here or listening in. Today, we'll be presenting to you the 2025 draft budget for your consideration, which represents a 4.6% increase in the municipal discretionary portion, plus a 2.3% increase in OPP costs, which are not discretionary for the township. Council has been determined in setting strategic goals for our township to be able to build strong communities and keep infrastructure and services sustainable. We have been able to deliver programs to recognize our heritage, protect the environment, bring residents together at significant events, deliver important projects to keep our infrastructure safe and reliable, and support physician recruitment for our residents. This budget also represents Council's commitment to building a significant community center as the heart of our community through the W.J. Henderson Recreation Center Renewal Project. In addition to the strategic plan, there are other strategic planning documents which were used to determine and build on the framework for this budget. Staff are very aware that this is a difficult budget to present and have sharpened their pencils and made cuts to make it as low as possible while still delivering on Council's strategic priorities. There are many challenges that we face. Some of the cunning that has been done includes delaying or not filling vacant positions, deferring capital projects, and removing service level enhancements. Further reductions to the levy requirement will require further cutting of existing services. Through the discussions with individual divisions that follow, Council will be provided with an overview of how staff have planned their operations to balance this delivery of programs and services while still striving for financial sustainability. Historically, the levy requirement has been offset by the use of reserves and reserve funds in order to lower the tax rate increase. This is no longer a viable option as these reserves have essentially been depleted and are no longer available to lower the tax rate. In order to make a more sustainable long-range financial plan for the municipality, we must have discussions regarding the future contributions to these reserves and reserve funds. This is a challenge when preparing each year's budget. While some people would assume that the growth in our municipality would cover the levy requirements, it does not. The rate of residential growth has slowed somewhat and only partially covers the increased levy requirements. Council has worked on programs to bring more industrial and commercial development, which will have a more significant impact on the tax rate. However, the impact of this increased assessment is not here quite yet. Residential properties still see the impact of increased taxes. We are hopeful that the added industrial and commercial assessments in the near future will ease this burden on residential taxpayers. Staff will now present information from individual departments and divisions and welcome questions to clarify what's being presented. We ask that any direction from Council with respect to capital projects or operations be provided at the end of this meeting so that staff may prepare for the next budget session on Thursday. Any further requests for information will be compiled and staff will prepare responses for our next session then as well. Thank you. I now turn it over to the treasurer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to present the balance of the budget and to expand on what CAO Murphy has brought forward. And there will be various people coming up to the microphone to talk as well as myself, but I'm going to start. We have a presentation externally to just talk a little bit about how municipal budgets work. Sorry, just a minute for a technical adjustment. Technology is great. Okay. Okay. So in discussion with this, the staff have spent quite a long time trying to prepare today's budget presentation, not to the PowerPoint, but specifically the budget binder, which each of the council members has received a copy of. And it's been circulated now with a copy of the agenda. It's also posted on Engage Loyalist. And it is the strategic financial management tool for the township. So it's got all of the information that we're going to need for today, next couple of days to talk about the 2025 budget, but also it's going to be, the budget binder also has some components in it that talks about the long-range financial plan and the capital plan going forward, not just for 2025, but in future years. So in starting about the components of the budget, so they talked about, revenues and expenses to start with the budget, which I know everybody in this room is well aware of. But the main component that has been a discussion is the assessment, because the assessment is the base for which we set the tax rate from. The assessments right now in the province of Ontario have been frozen. MPAC has a frozen assessment again for 2025. And even though we've received information now that we're building the tax rate from, that assessment tax roll will not be delivered until around December the 12th. So there could be slight fluctuations in the tax rates that we're talking about today, but there won't be that much of a change. For 2024, again, the assessment is based on the 2016 value of the properties. However, it's frozen, but there are still updates that happen. So if somebody builds a home or builds a garage or demolishes a unit, then the property value will change. But it is always moved back to the 2016 value at this point in time until we get change reassessment province-wide. On August the 23rd, the Ontario government filed a regulation to freeze the recycling assessment. It should have happened in 2020. However, as you're all aware, we were in a pandemic, so they held it at that point in time, the province did, and they've continued to hold the province-wide reassessment. And we're not quite sure when it's going to happen. It's definitely not going to happen in 25, and we think that it might not even happen in 2026. We are hoping the government will give us some indication. But it should be noticed that the postponement of the reassessment and the significant changes in property values does not necessarily mean that taxpayers will see a significant property tax rate increase. And I'm going to show a video because I think this is a point where people are really concerned, is that property house values may have gone from $250,000 up to $600,000 in values and what you can sell it at the market. But that doesn't necessarily mean that your property tax increase is going to go up by that amount once reassessment happens. Because what happens is the entire assessment base for the municipality is taken as the denominator to whatever we need to levy. We figure out how much money we need in order to run the municipality for operating and capital projects. But the denominator is the total assessment. So if there is a shift or a change in the assessment value overall, it just means that the tax rate is going to come down quite substantially. So the net result is going to be that if you're paying $3,500 in taxes, you should be paying around that amount once the reassessment is done. And given that the municipality doesn't have a huge increase in the levy amount, or unless you are in a specific property tax class. So right now, the waterfront properties and the farm properties will be going up substantially just because they've incremented over and above what the residential rates are. So I'm going to show another video. This is from MPAC, and it may help explain that a little bit more to anybody that's listening. So some of the components of the budget, just to continue, not just the assessment, there's also some external agencies. So I just wanted to confirm a few of the amounts that have been finalized with this budget. So right now, the municipality has received from other levels of government grant amounts that we rely on, and that is the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. It was confirmed. The Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, the Canada Community Building Fund, that's the federal grant that we received. Also, in regards to tax rates from other levels of government, the education tax rates have been confirmed from the province, and they are confirmed at the same rate as the 2024. And the reason that that's confirmed at the same rate is because the reassessment hasn't been done province-wide. So that's why those numbers are the same. And Lennox and Addington County tax rates have not been finalized. For this presentation, we simply use the 2024 tax rate so that you can get some idea as to, where our property taxes are at. It was confirmed with the county that they will not be starting their reviews until January. The Loyalist Township 2025 draft budget is an amalgamation of multiple budgets. So we have the general tax operating budget, which is funded from taxation, the utilities operating budget, which is funded from user fees, and we had the discussion on that at the last council meeting, the review of the utilities operating budget. We have the capital budget, which is funded from various sources, including the capital reserves. And these capital reserves are funded from the operating or the utility budgets, depending on the nature. So it's a flow through of the cash from the operating into capital reserves to build the reserves up in order to cover the cost of the capital projects. The Amherst Island Ferry Service is funded from user fees and transfer payments from Province of Ontario, MTO. And the transit services are funded from user fees and transfer payments from the MTO as well. Okay, so the 2025 proposed general rate, just to give you an overview, a lot of work has been done by staff, and I'd like to thank those that are in the room or those that can't, are listening remotely. It's a lot of work to put one of these books together and to finalize things and to review exactly what the activities are, and also to try to project as to what's going to happen in the next year. So based on this, the original, we've been whittling down the numbers, and we've got it down to a tax residential, the township residential tax rate now is 6.9%. It needs to be very clear in this year, in 2025, is that the residential rate is really got two components, and that's the township rate, and that's the services that we can actually influence and adjust, which is done by my colleagues here in the room. And that is a 4.6% increase year over year. On top of that, we've been hit this year with the 2.3% OPP change increase. And that is an amount that has happened because of changes that were implemented with wages and also with levels of service. So in other words, calls for service that the OPP have. But this is something that's going across the province. It's not just hitting Loyalist Township. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. The total tax levy requirement that we have this year is in this budget at the draft is the $23.6 million. Included in that is 0.6 or just a little over $500,000 in debt repayments, and we are making a contribution to the capital projects of $3.1 million. And I'll speak to each of those as we go through. But I wanted to say that contribution to capital projects, the 3.1, is in line with what is required under our asset management plan, which was approved previously. It's up from the $2.6 million that we had in the 2024 budget. So just talking about the so the levy increase from 2024, there's been this increase that we have is in order to, for the total 6.9% is comprised of a levy increase, which was talked about during the review, is that we need more money this year than we did last year in order to deliver the services and to transfer to reserves that we need for capital projects. We need another $2.1 million. In order to get that 2.1 million, we have actually had some growth in assessment, which is excellent, that we have had a number of $510,000, $510,493. And that growth is because of new homes that have been delivered or commercial industrial assessments that have now been captured by MPAC and they have been added to the base. So that's a really good news story, is that we didn't have to levy that in taxes. However, we still have $1.6 million that we do need to levy by an increased tax rate. This slide, sorry, it shows you where we've been and where we are with the draft budget. Going from last year, we ended up with a 5% increase. This year, we're projecting a 6.98% tax rate increase for just the township services. And the reason that we differentiate the township services and the township tax rate is because that's what we have control over. So we have added on to this to see an overall tax rate increase if, and again, that is just with the education rate at 0 and assuming that the county rate is 0, the overall tax rate increase will be 3.8. We are not anticipating really, realistically, that the county would come in with a 0% increase. So that rate would be higher. The 3.8 would be higher. However, we can't affect that tax rate. We can't do anything. Well, not everybody in the room can do something to affect the county tax rate, but those are services that this council does not have, cannot, change or amend. So that's why we're looking at just the township tax rate is what we can actually affect. The 2025 tax rate increase in a comparison. So we are ahead of the curve in presenting our budget today. There's a few municipalities that have actually presented, but or at least published the book, but they haven't actually done the presentation yet. But the ones that I have been speaking with that are working on it are really struggling to keep their tax rate lower. And the biggest reason is for this OPP increase. But normally when we do the tax presentation, we try to do a comparison of what other tax rates are. We can't do a comparison of 2025 tax rates or what other municipalities are showing at this time. So there is a chart in here. The next page which shows you the 2024 residential tax. So you can kind of see based on where we are last year, where we fit into this graph. And I'm sorry, it looks like some of the titles, the names of the municipalities have disappeared because there's so many lines. So we will get this updated, but the orange lines are our rates. And the orange lines shown on this chart are because there's two different rates. We have the straight tax rate and we have the special rate for the transit in Amherst-View. So that's why there's two different rates on here, but you'll see the green lines. And again, we will get you the updated slide for Thursday. The light green lines are actually the comparators that were just in that study that we just heard about, that we didn't be that the study that was done for the wage survey used a lot of comparisons to make sure that we were comparing to the same type of municipality. And so we pulled those into this graph so you can kind of see where we sit in comparison to other municipalities. This is just to show you that the change that's happened over the last 5 years with the assessment times the tax rate and what the tax is owing. So it is increased, which is not really a surprise to anyone, but that just is a better picture for you. And then this graph, and again, it's in the budget binder, it shows you the components or the sections of how we allocate the money within the township. So you'll see we have 2% is debt payments, we have reserve and reserve fund contributions of 6%. Corporate and human services and finance services, we still grouped all of them together for this chart. 14%, emergency services is 10%, community and customer services 38%, because that combines a few large departments. Economic growth and community development is 5%, external agencies 11%. The capital contribution is 14%, and that is going to be the numbers here show if this was a median monthly residential township tax bill, it would be $202 per month. Okay, so that's taking the The operating budget, this again is just another way of showing you how the numbers are broken down between the external agencies, corporate services, emergencies, and these are actual dollar values, so you have a comparison instead of a percentage. And again, the net change over in the right column shows how how the changes have affected to come up to the $2.1 million. So if you do, when you get into your book, we're now on page 15. This is a show of what the general operating budget is, an overview, and this template that we're using here, excuse me, it's the template that we're going to use. You're going to see for the rest of our presentations from each of the different departments. You're just going to see their summary, and then the departments are going to talk about each of the different areas as we walk through it. But the 2025 levy increase does have the challenges of the OPP increased costs. We have increases in contracted services, utilities, and of course we have wage adjustments. I'm just going to speak to the reserves and debt, and then I'm going to have the manager of human resources come up and talk about the salaries. Okay. So with regards to the reserves, they are an important source of funding in the development of our budget because we use the reserve and reserve funds in order for our capital allocations. And in the past, we have used the reserves in order to try to reduce the amount of the tax rate in order to keep the operating tax rate lower. But we are finding that there's a constraint now on the reserve and reserve funds, especially with the any of the working funds reserves that we had and the capital reserves as well. So there's an appendix in the back of the book that shows what the numbers are and what the projected numbers are based on the 2024 budget as well as the 25 projected. And we'll talk about those later as we get through the presentation, but they really do need to be replenished. The problem with replenishing the reserves is that is an increase directly in the tax rate. That's the only way that we can get more money into those reserves. And with this budget, we are really knocking the socks off of the reserves. So the debt, that's another major issue that we will be addressing, but the total debt payments are budgeted based on the existing debt that's held. So we don't put into the budget the amount that we're going to be repaying for debt that hasn't been received yet. So, but we do an estimate, and we've done an estimate on what the annual repayment limit would be. So currently it's 7%. We've then taken into account the additional assessment that we would be getting from capital projects that have yet to be finalized, as well as large debt that we have from MedCat. And we are anticipating that our total annual debt limit, it's 25% is the maximum, and we'll be up to 17%. So we're anticipating that coming up in the future. In the budget book on pages 22, 23, you'll see the total township debt as well as the expenses that are and the costs that we're incurring for both the general rate, and we break out the utilities debt into a separate because any money that expenditures that we have in utilities is levied back from the user rate. So that's why we differentiate the two different types of debt. And you'll see on page 24 what the future debt commitments are. And this is where we talk about how the annual repayment limit will go up to 17%. I'm just going to turn it over to Krista to talk about salaries.
Thank you. So as noted on the presentation, salary, wages, and benefits make up a significant portion. As outlined on page 21 of your binder, it makes up a 29.1% of the general rate operating expenditures. Across all township departments, so this includes general operating, utilities, and the ferry and transit, and the capital increase due to wages. That total expenditure is increase is 1.33 million, and out of this, the general rate increase represents 1.078 million approximately. So there's various factors that have played into this for 2025, and those are again highlighted in the binder, but I will just give you an overview of them. So the township has 4 employee groups, 3 of them being unionized. 2 have do not have a contract that is finalized for 2025 wages. So an allowance has been put into the budget to account for the impact when that is eventually negotiated. There's been an allowance also put in for the non-union cost of living increase and implementation of the results of the market compensation review. So similar to what was presented for council, that process has taken place for the non-union group as well. Positions were approved in 2024, which were mainly accounted as partial year funding last year due to the various onboarding of the timing of those approvals. So for 2025, those wages are all now reflected as full year. So there's an impact in the increase of those new positions that were approved in the 2024 budget. And volunteer firefighters are now eligible to enroll in the OMERS pension plan. And this is coming on board in late 2024. They have all been provided the option to enroll, and it is voluntary, but we had to make an allowance for the fact that some of them may join and that is a financial impact in the salary and wages and benefits lines. So there are also some new staff proposals identified in 2025 in Appendix A that also impact the salary, wages, and benefits lines. And yeah, that's the summary of the major impacts as to why the salaries and wages have gone up across the township.
Okay, thank you. So that's, I don't know if did you want to stop or ask some questions at this point in time?
Yeah, so just to give the committee a sense of how we're going to structure this evening, if there are immediate questions based on the presentation that could easily be answered, by all means ask them. Otherwise, larger questions, still ask them, but staff will be recording them to take notes to be able to return with a more detailed response on Thursday. So we will stop. I guess we could ask you at the back there, Krista, if there's any questions for the HR manager with regard to the salaries. Right now, Councillor Willis.
Just my one question on that, with the volunteer firefighters being eligible to enroll in OMERS, are we seeing uptake on that so far? And what is their deadline to decide if they're going to participate?
Through you, Chair. Yes, we are seeing uptake on that. They have until December to notify us if they're enrolling, and that December date is only if they want to backdate it. OMERS, when they made the decision to change the eligibility rules, have provided that volunteer firefighters can go back 2 years, I believe, to buy service back. So they have until December to make that a determination, but a volunteer firefighter can join at any time past that. So January 1st, anybody could walk in and say, I want to join. There's no criteria or cutoff times for that.
Any other questions? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Bruder.
Is there an estimated cost on if they go back 2 years? Do we have an idea on what that could impact us? Because it'll just be on this year's budget, that's all.
We don't have a cost at this time. We have not been provided the information from OMERS yet as to how many have opted to go back. OMERS is just in the midst of offering that to the people that have joined or pledged to join so far. So we don't have the exact figure of how much it would cost us to go backwards.
Thank you, Krista. It's good. Turn it back to the treasurer.
Okay, thank you. So just back to the screen. So we were talking about the reserves and debt prior to talking to salaries. I didn't know if there was any questions anybody had on any.
Councillor Willis.
I have a couple, thank you. When you were talking about the impact assessment, you mentioned something about waterfront properties and farms. What was that? Because I missed that detail.
Okay, apologies. Thank you. So what's happened with the value of those properties is they've escalated higher than what residential homes are. So you know how valuable it is right now in order to get a waterfront property. And even farmland is very expensive as well. People are like the cost of what it was back in 2016 compared to what what other properties have moved up by. Because they've moved up higher, then those particular classes are going to find that their rate is going to be that much higher when the tax rates are, when the market value reassessment's done across the province. It happened when they did the reassessment back in, I'm going to say 2012. It happened with golf courses, and there's another, I think it was waterfront properties at that time as well. They were hit then.
Do you have a follow-up, Councillor Willis?
Sorry, so the reference there through the chair is when impact does do the reassessment, we're going to see that impact on waterfront and farm, but there's no impact on them right now.
Yes, you're correct. Yes, there's no impact in 2025. It's when the total reassessment happens. That's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Broderick.
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering, could you go back to page 17 slide? I think it's tab 2. Just want to get something clarified. No, it's one before that, I think. Oh, maybe one before that. Keep going back. Sorry, it was the last one. My eyes aren't that good. Yeah, so just to clarify, so from 2021 to basically 2023, council of the day or at the time, those lower numbers were a result of reserves being used, I guess, to keep the taxes down. Is that fair to say?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, it could have been for that reason. Unless I'm not aware that there was any great assessment growth in those particular years. If there were, something else that kept the expenses low, but if the expenses were continuing to climb, then yes, they would have had to utilize reserves in order to come up with those rates, those lower rates.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, committee members, right now? Okay, we're good right now. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we're going to move into the discussions. I'm just going to talk a little bit more about this long-range financial planning before we get into the departments, just to give a little bit of background about what you are going to see a little bit more of and what we're going to try to present, and hopefully, we can get some better future budgets that are going to be coming forward. So optimistic. Following the adoption of the 2025, we're going to continue to update and do a more detailed analysis on the long-range financial plan. In previous years, you've received a lot more information on projects that are ongoing. We're going to bring that back forward as well. But you will see there is information that's provided in Appendix F, and that's the 10-year capital plan. And that 10-year capital plan is based on what staff have prepared and are presenting that they believe will be going forward at this point in time. Things always change. So a long-range financial plan is a strategic planning tool that council and staff can use to determine what we'll be spending money on based on what is the requirements for the ratepayers and what's affordable. It's a little bit different than an asset management plan, as that includes items that'll cost the municipality money that's not just related to investments in infrastructures of assets and infrastructure. So soft costs are included, including operational costs that are part of the plan, because as you're aware, when you build something that is capital in nature, there are often additional operational costs that we need to account for, and that's the reason that we are having these increases year over year with our operational budget. So the long-range financial plan will also include proposed financing. So it'll take into account the expected grants, debt, reserves, and capital fees over the life of the plan, and to give an estimate as to what the proposed tax levy will be. And then we can make some adjustments. The intent of that is that there not be any spikes in the tax levy, because that's one thing you don't want to see is this year we have a 10% increase and then next year we have a 1% increase. We want to keep those tax rate level, if we can, keep them as level as we can, you know, doing the best that we can to try and project as to what the costs are going to be. It's considered a long-range plan if it's typically about 10 years. I've seen longer ones, I've seen shorter ones. I find that the first 5 years are usually fairly close and accurate. And then after you get out the 5 years, things get a little bit fuzzier. And once you get beyond the 10 years, they get a lot fuzzier. So this list that is presented on the screen is different plans and studies that are ongoing and have happened or will happen in the next few years. And what they are is they tell us, give us direction, strategic direction, but they also have a financial component in it. And that's why it's important that we bring them into the fold. So for instance, if when the Recreation Master Plan comes forward, it's going to have some ideas that talk about parks and trails and things like that that have to be done, and those cost money. Even if they're just, you know, fixing up assets that we have, but it could be that, you know, there's something brand new is being planned. Same with, you know, Fire Master Plan may say that we have to have some different fire halls that are going to be going forward. So all of these studies need to be incorporated, and the long-range financial plan, it's a living document. So even though these may be included or we may have a template right now, they'll be changing, and they're all open. All of these master plans are open to public input, which is the reason that we want to bring them back and make sure that they're vetted through council. But final approval on the strategic and the master plans usually recommends major expenditures over 5 or 10 years. And that's why they're included in the long-range financial plan. So there are some things that we know that are going to happen that are not current assets that we have. They're current assets that we're going to own. And that's why we need to figure out how we're going to fund them in order to build them, but also fund them in order to operate them. It should be clarified that, and as we bring new strategic and master plans forward, is that council doesn't not approve the major expenditures or the individual projects by simply adopting the plan. There needs to be that each of those different projects need to come back to council for approval, for further approval. Plans tend to be very large, and they tend to include a number of things that are going to happen in the next 10 years. And approval of a plan doesn't necessarily mean that that's the direction, but the general direction council can approve, but the actual money, when it comes to it, needs to come back to council for final approval. So the other thing is that it's a living document, and it'll be presented each year with the annual budget. So we've worked really hard to get that done this year. It's still a work in progress, and that's why we're talking about bringing it back in March. Is there any questions about that? Okay. All right. So now we're going to go by division. And I apologize to staff for waiting so long. First, I'm going to start with the non-departmental agencies. So we're on page 28 of the book. And the non-departmental and external agencies include their general rate revenues and expenses that are not necessarily specific to any one department. So that can be property taxes, payment in lieu of taxes, supplementals, and write-offs. The general rate contribution to capital, general rate debt repayments, and general rate reserve and reserve fund contributions, and interest and penalty income. So just to highlight a few of them. So we have had, we've made a few changes this year. Our tax write-offs expenses down, and that's to have in line with what has been going on for the last few years. We expect the tax write-offs are going to escalate when we do get the property value reassessment when the province-wide is done. Payment in lieu of taxation, we've increased that by $33,000. Assuming that we are going to be on par with what we've been receiving the last few years. The Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund is up $22,000. And we've also made an estimate that interest income is going to be up $50,000. because the interest rates have been up. And so typically we've been a little bit conservative with that number, so that we hope will help us this year. We do see that interest rates are starting to go down a little bit, but we still think we have the balances in the bank that we can put that 50,000 in the budget, and we should be able to anticipate it. I apologize, the interest and penalty revenue number isn't shown in here. And that is the interest on taxation, and we've increased that by $25,000. The number is up because unfortunately we do have more properties that are hitting that 2-3 years of arrears, and so the interest is up, and I think that's the state of our economy. Other highlights just to note is that like I talked about debt principal and interest, it's the same as it has been. And the contribution to the capital and general, the capital reserve this year, we've moved it up from 2.6 million to 3.1 million. What we did in order to achieve that was we increased the transfer to the reserve by 3%, which was only $82,000. And then there was a $250,000 that was allocated towards the repayment of the debt for the W.J. Henderson refurbishment. Instead of that, because we're now doing phase 1, and we are going to come back and give you an updated numbers again in March, probably about where the W.J. Henderson building is and what the debt's going to look like on that. So we've moved the $250,000 to the general capital contribution to reserve in order to try and keep the amount of future debt that we're going to need for capital projects, which we're going to talk about later, a little bit lower. So that also meets our asset management plan target of increasing from last year's contribution to the capital reserve by 1.1%. That is it. And I'm going to talk about the non-departmental, the external agencies. So external agencies, really we have 3. So we have the Quinte Conservation Authority, which is going up by, Quinte Conservation is the one going up by $700, which is an 8% increase, but it is 700. So, and then we have the Cataraqui Regional Conservation Authority. It's also going up by 9%, which equates to $20,900. The other major external agency that we have is the OPP. So the Ontario Provincial Police have changed for Loyalist Township. They're increasing by 21% over the 2024 amount. The impact of this alone is a 2.3% increase in the tax rate. The annual billing is based on budgeted cost and a historic split of between applicable municipalities. And we have, there's also a portion of this increase that is attributable back to 2023. What they do is we have an increase based on the levels of service and the new wages, but we also, we have to, they do a reconciliation for a couple of years ago for 2023. We will not be receiving the reconciliation for 2024 until next year. So, and that's it for those 2 portions. And I'm just going to run through quickly the finance department. We have finally got a full staff, which I'm very pleased. We've had almost a full staff for a full year now, which is awesome. So we're getting there. But we, how it affects the overall budget is a small percent. It's $51,920 increase. A majority of that is due to is just a difference in wages, which I think you're going to hear that throughout the, what Chris, Manager of Human Resources, has spoken to it. So I don't think each of the different departments is going to talk about it, but you will see that when you're walking through the, the review on each of the different department lines. We've had a small increase in some user charges, but overall the finance department, other than being split out in a separate department this year, we haven't had much change. And that is it for all my departments. And we're going to move to the human resources.
Before we do, were there any questions on non-departmental external agencies? Yep. Councillor Willis.
With the OPP, do we receive any revenue when they issue speeding tickets on the 401 or anything like that? Where does that revenue go?
My understanding is it goes back into a general pot and a portion of it is broken out to us, but we don't receive that ticket revenue doesn't come to us specifically.
Okay. The other question I had was the grants from the province only seem to have increased by 2%. Is that consistent across the province, or are different municipalities getting different amounts?
Thank you for the question. That is not consistent across the province. So the OMPF amount has increased differently in different municipalities. Part of that factor is based on our population and our close proximity to a large urban center that seems to have higher rate. So other municipalities have seen a larger increase than we have for that one. The OCIF, which is related to the infrastructure, our municipality has only increased again 2%. Some municipalities have seen a decline. So, we're thankful that we haven't seen that, but there are some municipalities that have, that's tied directly to their infrastructure and to what their current value replacement is for their infrastructure. So if their assets are increasing a lot more, then they're seeing a little bit more money. But the overall pockets of those two particular grants really haven't increased that much.
Just to answer your question to Councillor Willis, with the OPP, the rule of thumb is that for provincial offenses, it depends on who owns the road. So if it's on the 401, the province gets that portion, the county would get it on the county roads. Any other questions? External agencies, non-departmental, or finance? Okay. Carry on.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm presenting the Human Resources Division budget. We have 4 full-time staff and we provide the human resources services for all areas in the township. The budget for 2025 represents a decrease from the ask in 2024. In 2024, there were 2 one-time studies and a staffing vacancy backfill that were funded by reserves. So in Table 17, you will see that change of 135,000 not coming from reserves this year. There's no money coming from reserves to fund anything in human resources. So it is also a decrease then in the contracted services line because that is represented those 2 studies that took place this year, that being the employee engagement survey and the non-union and council compensation review, both which were part of the strategic initiatives in 2024. Nothing else really to note from the HR division. There's a few increases for legal fees and external HR services, but there is nothing major noted in the HR division budget for 2025. Again, outlined in this section, similar to what I talked to at the beginning, is the corporate HR implications that have been built in throughout the budget. And those I did explain earlier, but those are the staffing increases due to wages, benefits, and salaries that have been built into every department's budgets. So if there's any questions, I can take those.
Questions on human resources? Councillor Buderick.
Just curious if there's any details that council may need to know requiring the $40,000 in employee-related legal costs.
Those legal costs are used for our employment lawyer on various matters, such as, complex staffing issues, collective bargaining, and other things that we require a legal opinion for.
Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Wood. Back to the treasurer.
Next section is the Chief Administrative Officer and Corporate Services Strategy and Innovation Department.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So the Corporate Services Strategy and Innovation Department includes clerks, communications, IT, asset management, and the newly established strategy and innovation areas of the township. It also includes council's budget in this area. The proposed budget includes 15.6 full-time equivalent staff, as well as the activities of 7 part-time members of council. The budget represents a 14% or $346,000 increase in budgeted net levy requirements in this area. I wanted to note that of this total, the net levy increase represented in the council-specific area is $3,500. Managers in the department will speak to clerks, communications, and the IT divisions separately. But for the purpose of the CAO Council and general CSSI area, this section is comprised of the activities of the CAO, director, asset management, strategy, and innovation staff, as well as council. So there's a $199,000 increase in salaries and benefits in this area. There are some issues with the summary table. I apologize. So some of it overlaps with the clerk's summary sheet. So my apologies for that. So the increase is as a result of a full year impact of the asset management and strategic initiatives coordinator, the compensation impacts as discussed previously by the HR manager, an initial budgeting of $70,000 in WSIB reserve requirements per the actuarial study that was completed this year. The area also has seen increases in corporate legal expenses of $7,300 and corporate insurance expenses of $7,300 and corporate legal fees of $20,000. Those two line items represent a total budget of $260,000. On the asset management side of things, activities undertaken to meet the requirements of OREG 58817 and as identified in the strategic plan will continue in 2025. This work will be led by the Asset Management and Strategic Initiatives Coordinator, working with a series of internal working groups comprised of representatives from various operating divisions. The goal for 2025 is to update the asset management plan to include the interventions and expenses required to meet proposed levels of service as required in the regulation. Also included in this area is the physician recruitment budget, which represents $80,000 in spending for 2025, with $20,000 of that proposed to come from reserves. The physician recruitment proposal was originally for 5 doctors. Included in the 2025 budget is for a total of 4 doctors. So this represents the current 3 doctors in the program and an additional doctor being added in 2025. In this area, 2025 will also see work on the strategic priorities of corporate grants and fundraising strategies and a customer service framework. That's a summary for this. If there are any questions, and then we'll have the clerk come up to discuss her budget. Thanks.
Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on the cemetery thing. Got an email recently about the Lutheran Cemetery. Would any of the, I don't know if you had a chance to look at that, would any of that work be covered in the budget?
So the clerk is going to speak to the cemeteries piece in just a moment, and she'll cover some of that. Yes.
Any other questions for Ms. Campbell? Okay. We'll turn it over to the clerk.
Good afternoon, committee. So I'd like to present you with the Clerk's Division portfolio, which includes the duties outlined in various legislation, cemetery work, and the election. The division currently consists of 4 full-time employees, the clerk, the deputy clerk, legislative coordinator, and a customer service associate. The clerk's division provides meeting support to council and some committees. The division manages licensing, permitting, such as burial permits, lottery and liquor licenses, marriage licenses, refreshment vehicle licenses, and then also providing front desk support, front desk customer service support in the Odessa office. The division is also responsible for managing corporate records and processing FOIs, administering policies and bylaws. In 2024, the division completed the review of the procedure bylaw, council committees framework, which were identified in the strategic plan, as well as completed an update to the cemetery price list, the community grant program, and started offering marriage licenses and civil ceremonies. In addition to this work, the clerk's division has also commenced work on the ward boundary review, which is anticipated to be completed in spring 2024. We have started work on the corporate policy framework and then the records management plan, all of which are identified as initiatives in the strategic plan. With respect to the budget that's proposed to you on page 48, under revenue, we have anticipated an increased revenue relating to offering marriage licenses and civil ceremonies. In 2024, staff anticipated $5,000 of revenue, and to date, the program has generated about $3,800 since the commencement of the program in July. Other revenue sources that we have anticipated is the increased fees to the cemeteries, cemetery price list, which is to take effect in 2025. Related to the expenses, the proposed budget includes a full-time records and privacy specialist position. This position is funded through savings associated with the currently vacant part-time file clerk position and the savings realized from adjusting the pre-existing deputy clerk legislative services position to a legislative coordinator position. Therefore, there's no impact to the 2025 budget if the position was filled in April 2025. However, we would like to highlight that in 2026, there would be an increase of about $17,500. The position, to give you an insight into what they'll be responsible for, is developing, coordinating, and administering the corporate records and privacy program. They would be supporting all departments in updating file management processes, implementing, monitoring, and auditing the program. They'll be assisting in FOIs and providing technical assistance to all corporate staff, and mitigating any risk of privacy breaches or unintentional disclosure of information. This ask would assist in the completion of the initiative to develop a corporate records management plan that's identified in the strategic plan. Other expenses identified in the budget is $39,000 for cemetery maintenance, for which the contract will have to go out to market at the end of 2024. So, as identified in the Committee of the Whole report that went to the committee back in September, I believe, we identified that there's a need to increase the cemetery maintenance fund from $32,000 to $39,000 because of the addition of Violet Cemetery. So that's where that number comes from. Staff also accounted $10,000 for critical repairs to headstones and sunken gravestones and cornerstones. So in 2024, the clerk's office, along with the Parks and Facilities Division, began conducting inspections of the headstones and for cemeteries. And We were looking to see if the headstones were leaning, damaged, fallen over, or if the information on the headstones could be read. So staff were able to do inspections on 2 out of the 10 cemeteries, and we identified several headstones that are in need of repair, including the ones that the Weaver family identified. So we are tracking these requests, and we are considering the headstones that are in critical need of repair. And we would use the $10,000 that have been asked for in this proposed budget for that, to repair the headstones. We've also accounted for the increased cost of opening and closing the graves, which we retain a third-party service provider to do, so we've accounted for that expense as well.
Questions for the clerk? Thank you, Madam Clerk. Information technology. We will turn to Mr. Hooper.
Good afternoon. Thank you. As most of you are aware, the IT division consists of both IT and GIS. That division accounts for 4 staff plus myself. On the slide above, I will go over some of the details of this year's budget. You'll see an increase of $80,000 in contracted services. That is explained by the relocating of funds that were that was done to better align the services that are actually being provided for the township. Excuse me. There won't be any offset in the professional services line, as there is additional dollars being added into that to help the township take care of some IT-related projects that will help ensure the resiliency and redundancy of IT within the township as part of the strategic master plan. Sorry, lost my spot here. I think that actually might be it. We don't have a lot going on this year. Open to any questions, though.
Any questions for Mr. Hooper? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Hooper. And marketing and communications. Turn it over to Mr. Cornelius.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. So, this slide presents the marketing and communications proposed budget for 2025. The marketing and communications division is comprised of 2 staff members. So, the marketing and communications specialist and the manager of corporate communications. And together we provide communications support for all divisions and departments in the township. The substantial cost that you'll see attributed to marketing and communications is supplies and materials. So this is primarily comprised of advertising and communication tools, which we use to help promote information in the township. So among those tools we use includes roadside billboards, direct mail, including routine flyers, promoting key projects, opportunities for residents to engage and participate in the citizen engagement process, municipal calendar printing, newspaper advertising for public notices, email communications. So under that line for 2025, you'll notice that we're proposing an increase of $4,500. That's primarily attributed to the addition of 2 more direct mail postcards. Those direct mail postcards go to all township households, and they've proven effective. We've used them during this past year in 2024. And we've noticed a great response rate when sending those out for a couple of key outreach projects. So just a couple to highlight were the ward boundary review and the transit service pilot, which we had just mailed out recently last month. The other benefit with this communication tool is that they help achieve equity in delivering information through traditional means as well, to supplement some of our digital communications, which we primarily rely upon. Just wanted to note as well that we do have additional expenses that support the work of the communications division as well, which are included in the IT budget. So these include the annual subscription fees for our engagement platform, which we brought online in September of this year. We also have an annual subscription for Recycle Coach, which helps us to deliver notifications to residents for garbage recycling, special collection days, landfill information as well. One thing to note on that is part of the expense this year will be offset by a contribution from Circular Materials Ontario. So the portion that we would normally pay for some of that expense will be borne by that Circular Materials Ontario. And then finally, just wanted to note that an upgrade is planned as well to the township website content management system, which is in the IT budget as well. So the township website is obviously one of the most critical communication tools that we have. This upgrade will help ensure that our most critical tool maintains functionality while making use of the latest features and design trends to offer an improved user experience. The original content management system that we're using right now was developed in 2019. So it's been, it will be 6 years since it was developed. So in the world of technology, that's a pretty substantial period of time. So this new system will provide us with improved design flexibility, and it will allow us to, I guess, lean on our vendor less often in terms of some custom development that we have to get them to do at this point in time. It'll also provide us with some additional accessibility features as well, which helps us move towards our AODEA goals as well. So that's all I had for committee. So if there's any questions, happy to answer those as well.
Any questions for marketing and communications? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Back over to the director.
Sorry, if I may, I would just like to add one thing, which is a bit of a crossover between IT and the clerks division, which we were remiss in speaking about because of the crossover. So I just wanted to include that there's a small level of service improvement that is proposed, which is the addition of a second 4-month GIS summer student to assist the clerks division with cemetery management requirements. So the purpose of this would be to digitize much of the cemetery records that we have, which would improve services in the future for both operations teams and the public by having the information for the various plots within each of the cemeteries digitized and possibly available online in the future, but at least online through our GIS service right now for staff, so that managing the cemeteries would become more efficient. And I apologize that we didn't speak about that earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Any questions on that particular item? Thanks, Ms. Campbell. I'll turn now to emergency services. Welcome, Chief Redmond.
Good afternoon. All right. Here to speak about emergency services department. So we have 10.6 full-time staff and 75 volunteers based out of the 4 stations. And when we look at the 2025 operating budget, we see some increases in staffing, which HR spoke to as we're in the union negotiations. Training and certification courses, we're seeing more costs there. And that's mostly due to us meeting our requirements under the mandatory certification legislation that the province released. So we're seeing that come to fruition in 2026 and 2028. So we're just making sure we're in a good position for that. Repair and replacement of bunker gear, again, that's an annual expense. It has a 10-year lifespan. So we're just mapping that out to have a more consistent year-over-year expense as opposed to spikes and valleys. Fuel going up for us and radio and pager repair and replacement. So we're doing as much work as we can on our radio system, communication system that has a few challenges. Also seeing some increase in our dispatching costs, which is again out of our control. It's just the going up. Our public education costs are going up. We're doing a lot more events than we have in the past. So just community outreach and then fire prevention. So it's a definitely a great way to spend money anyway, reaching the public. And we're expecting some more revenue out of the training center this year as we kind of revamp that program. So that's a positive back towards us. Some other areas that we're seeing increase in is our contracted services, and that's mostly because we've secured some contracts with a few different companies to do things like our garage doors, which weren't being done on an annual basis. So we've been working with facilities here in the township to kind of get on the same program that the rest of our municipal buildings are on. So our garage doors, our generators in 3 out of the 4 stations, and HVAC and systems like that. So we've entered into contracts for those. So that's where that cost increase is coming from. That's mostly it for the fire side, and also on the bylaw side. We are seeing an increase in costs for bylaw just in our contract that we have with our contractors that actually provide the bylaw services, as well as our contracts with Kingston Humane Society for pound fees and things like that. And then that's something in 2025 we want to take an opportunity to really dive into and see where our bylaw is at. There's definitely getting more and more calls for service for bylaw. We're seeing an increase in that. And this year we started tracking it differently, so we can actually bring council more data on how that's being recorded as far as how many calls we're taking in, how they're being dealt with, and then how they're being resolved in the end. So taking a look at that kind of aligns us better with the level of service that we are providing compared to what the community is looking for, and the costs involved with that being contracted or not in the future. So that's one of the projects for bylaw in 2025 to kind of give a better idea of what that looks like long term. That's all I really have. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Chief. I know you just had the recruitment program looking for 16. I guess how successful was that in terms of what you budgeted for that program?
Yeah, good point. We do have a fairly big cost for recruitment as well. But so yeah, we're looking for 16. That'd be 16 if we had to train them from nothing. We did have our application period just closed and we had 52 applicants, which was amazing. So lots of interest in the community to be a part of that team. So through those 52 applicants, there was actually a large number that already have a certification or prior firefighting experience. So that could actually change our numbers that we can do and stick within budget as far as, instead of 16, we could hire some that already trained and save some money on that and give us, 20 or 22 firefighters as opposed to the 16. So we're just working through that, but it was, very successful and very positive feedback.
Councillor Willis.
You're the chair. The program that we approved a couple of years ago that allows us to claim against insurance claims, have we used that at all? Has that resulted in any revenues for us or covering any costs?
So we are working with them this year. It's not a fast process, so we're hoping we'll still see some revenue. I'm not sure if it'll show up in our 2024 or not, but working through the insurance process can take some time, but yeah, we are working with that, so we expect to see something.
No further questions. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
EGADS. So I will start with Director Merritt. Or we're going to start with Mr. McDonald.
Yes, we'll start with Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald, please proceed.
Thank you very much. So if you're following along in the budget binder, through you, Chair, sorry. If you're following along in the budget binder, the engineering division budget is on page 62 for operating. So the engineering environment division is comprised of 12 full-time staff and 1 part-time staff. So the core services for the division include project management of capital projects, engineering development reviews and inspection, technical expertise, environmental stewardship, and long-term infrastructure planning. So as you'll see in our key operating changes, this is very much a status quo budget for us. We're not proposing any large new initiatives for our team, and that's seen by the very slight decrease in our overall operating budget. That's it for myself right now.
Any questions for engineering and environment? Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald. Go ahead, Ms. Furness.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So the operating budget for development consists of planning, heritage, economic development, the township's business parks, as well as our recoverable development expenses that we can charge back to developers. So just to highlight some of the more significant changes for 2025 from 2024, there is a decrease of over $17,000 in planning applications. It has been a trend we've been seeing primarily with official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments. So we have reflected that in next year's budget. Planning consultant costs, however, have been reduced by $15,000 as we're no longer utilizing a planning consultant, as we have a full staff complement, and also the volume of applications is not what we had experienced the couple years prior. We are proposing $50,000 to be budgeted for a consultant to undertake a business retention and expansion plan. This was identified as a strategic initiative in the strategic plan. And then at the same time, but this part will be done in-house, we will be conducting an organizational review to determine where this is best suited to fit within the township. But for now, we're proposing it under our development budget. The amount dedicated to planning studies has reduced by $116,000 as we're nearing the completion of the secondary plan. And to provide an update on that, we will be having a statutory public meeting on December 10th of this year, and with bringing forward the recommendation for approval to council at the end of January. And that brings us on to then kicking full gear into our zoning bylaw review process. And so that is going to be done in-house, but with $20,000 reflected in this budget for a parking consultant to assist us in updating all of our very outdated parking standards. You can see in here, there's $110,000 noted on there for contracted services. I just want to highlight though, that's a line item for peer reviews, namely traffic, noise, and environmental peer reviews, and those are charged back to the developer. So there is no impact on that if you were noting that. The heritage component's primarily the same as last year with only a 1% increase, and that's primarily just due to salaries. We've offset that by reducing the heritage grant program by $2,000 as we have not seen any applications come forward in the last couple of years. And then other revenue in this chart, just to highlight that amount there, that $677,000 is anticipated land sales in the Loyalist East Business Park. And the sale proceeds for that go towards any legal and real estate fees that we have to pay out, and the rest of it going into reserves for any future industrial land needs. And that's it on the development side. And on building, so on the building side, again, similar to planning application, building permit fees are projected to decrease by 6% as we're not seeing the same volume of new residential building permits this past year, and it's not expected to change in this upcoming year as well. And other revenue in here, just to highlight, that consists of septic permit fees, which we have seen a slight increase on. And we have been seeing a much bigger increase in getting more fees for zoning compliance letters as real estate purchasers are less relying on title insurance and coming to us more for those zoning confirmation. Building is cost recovery, so there's no impact on the operating budget. Thank you.
Questions, committee on planning or building? Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a question on that Heritage Grant Program. I know it's a minuscule amount of money, but is that something that could be eliminated given you haven't had any applications and maybe they could come through the community enhancement or not covered on that plan? Okay, thanks. But again, if it's $3,000, if we're not getting people for it, what's the sense really?
Yes, through you, that would be up to council if you choose to wish to eliminate that program. We do send letters out, I believe, in February of every year to advertise the program. So if then we would just cancel that program if council wanted to reduce the $3,000 and no longer offer it. I can confirm we have not received an application in 2 years. Thank you.
Councillor Broderick.
Question for the director, because I imagine that's who would answer this. Last year, we approved a damage prevention technician to bring in-house services that were previously contracted. Did we see I guess you could say, a vast cost savings because of that?
So through you, Mr. Chair. So part of this will be discussed in the utilities portion of, and the other part, actually, the Director of Community Services will, because that part of the budget hits her operating budget. But I can say that, yes, we've seen a significant decrease there.
Other questions? Go ahead.
Through the chair, and this is for whoever wants to answer it. Are the building permits down? Is that a provincial-wide thing? Is it, not unique to our area, I guess?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, generally that's what we've been hearing overall in the industry. There's been a lot of recent news releases coming out just recently as today as well, speaking to the expected decrease in those in 2025 in Ontario.
Thank you, Ms. Furness. And we'll be coming back. We'll be coming back to utilities at some point. Right now, we're going to turn to community and customer services.
And through you, Mr. Chair, just a note.
Yep.
So in the binder, there have been a couple of things that we found, and one of them was that there is going to be a revision on the building services page. There was in the binder, it shows, I think, negative 12,000%. That's not quite accurate. So it'll be incorporated and updated. Thank you.
My thanks to the treasurer. And Ms. McFarland, are you going to kick us off?
Actually, Ms. Lamb is going to do that for recreation.
We'll turn over to Ms. Lamb in recreation.
Thank you. So I'll start with strategic initiatives within our area. The 2025 division work plan includes several initiatives identified in the corporate strategic plan, as well as the recreation service delivery review that was done in 2022. One major plan is actually the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which we've been talking about for about a year now. We're anticipating that this plan will come before council in the early 2025 timeframe. That plan was budgeted in 2023 and 2024, so it does not have an impact on the 2025 budget. The youth engagement plan identified in the corporate strategic plan. This will be done through in-house resources. It does not have a budget impact. However, it will certainly have an impact on the community. It's a multi-year initiative that once implemented will be ongoing and require review and updating. It is an initiative that will introduce we will develop and implement a youth engagement plan with a focus on connecting youth with co-op partnerships, volunteer engagement, and participation opportunities. We'll also work to establish a senior and youth center within our existing facilities. Its initial work in 2025 with internal resources. This includes very much a beginning phase of the project, again, with internal resources with no impact on the budget. Another one that is budgeted in 2024, but will carry over into early 2025 for implementation is the park identification signage. That is actually going out for procurement shortly. The budgeted funds in 2024, so that will carry forward and hopefully installation in spring of 2025. Within the rec service delivery review, there were a few initiatives that you're going to see coming forward very shortly. One is the inclusion and equitable access policy. We're actually reviewing a draft policy at this time. So we anticipate bringing this forward to committee of the whole in probably January of 2025, as well as the affordable access policy. This we anticipate will have a budget implication. So our goal is to bring it before council ahead of the 2026 budgeting process. So we'll have no impact on the 2025 budget. Partnerships is one that we continue to explore. We're always looking for new partnerships to complement current services. The goal is for partnerships to improve and or enhance the delivery of recreation and leisure services. As new partnerships are identified, information will be brought to council, including details of the level of service and the financial impact. As well, there's a few other new policies and or bylaws that will need to be reviewed and or updated in 2025, which will be done with internal resources. One being the introduction of a naturalization of township property policy, which may see some cost savings in future years, as well as an update to the parks bylaw. So getting into the operating budget, there's one area that certainly we're seeing an impact in our area on our operating budget, and that's the W.J. Henderson Recreation Center Renewal Project. The impact of this project is a major component of the Recreation and Facilities 2025 Divisional Work Plan. The Renewal Project Operations Working Group is planning and managing all details related to the day-to-day operations of the facility while planning for the opening of the Aquatic Center in early 2026. The 2025 operating budget has several considerations within it related to the renewal project. Although the completed facility does not open until early 2026, as presented in the validation report, impacts of the renewal project are felt in 2025 operating budget, including increased expenses without the benefit of increased or new revenues. These specifically include utilities, staffing, and revenues. So I'll speak to utilities first. If you recall, when we reported on the validation report, the renewal project will significantly reduce GHG emissions generated by the facility, primarily through the replacement and electrification of mechanical systems used to heat and cool the building. At the completion of the renewal project, except for the library space, the facility will be fully electric. However, 2025 is still a construction year and transition year, with the facility utilizing both electricity and natural gas services. This is reflected in the utility budget lines for the pool and arena. Additionally, it is expected the new pool will be filled in the latter part of 2025, thus impacting water and sewer utilities. Overall, the 2025 operating budget has an increase of $253,700 in utilities due to the W.J. Henderson renewal. The second large impact is staffing. There are staffing requirements required for the operations of the new aquatic center and the full facility. These were identified in the validation report. To be ready for the early 2026 opening, the following staffing requirements are needed in 2025 and are included in the 2025 draft budget. The first one is the aquatic programmer position. This is budgeted to begin in Q2. The position will be responsible for planning and scheduling all of the Learn to Swim instructional programs, including the School Swim to Survive programming, aquatic leadership programs, and coordinating their implementation. Supervision of part-time swimming instructors and specialty instructors, in addition to leadership support in the absence of the aquatic coordinator. The addition of this position in 2025 is important as we will be finalizing program plans and undergoing an aggressive aquatic staff recruiting campaign to prepare to open the aquatic center in early 2026. Just to put that into perspective, we are anticipating that when we open the building in the aquatic center, we'll be onboarding more than 50 plus part-time staff for that facility into 2026. The second positions would be the recreation attendants. These are the operators that actually operate the facility, open the facility, close the facility, and do everything in between. So it's budgeted for these three new positions, budgeted to begin in Q4, so the latter part of the year. The recreation attendants are responsible for care and control of daily operations of the facility from open to close. So you can imagine it's a 16 to 18-hour days, depending on the day of the week, 7 days a week. We're only closed on the specific statutory holidays. So it's about 355 days a year that the facility operates. They're responding to programming and rental needs, schedules, and patrons' customers' needs. They actually operate they're responsible for operation of the mechanical systems for the arena, the pool, and facility. And they're required to meet all of the legislated requirements, custodial duties, ensuring the facility is clean and safety issues are addressed in a timely fashion. They're also responsible for the operation of the Amherst View Library. So from the mechanical side, the township is responsible for all the infrastructure related to that library. These positions are key, as without appropriate numbers of positions, facility operating hours and/or service levels may need to be reduced to ensure the facility can be operated within legislative parameters while meeting patron needs. So the third major section related to the budget and the WJ renewal project is revenues. Obviously, without having the pool open, we're not seeing the revenues coming in, but we're being impacted by the additional costs related to the construction and the utilities and the staffing. There's also the concern, though, that from April 1st to September, we're actually closing the arena again. The second phase of refurbishment of that part of the facility will be happening. Pad, boards, glass, and the mechanical of the arena will be replaced. This has a direct impact on revenues and a direct impact, therefore, on the operating budget. There'll be no floor revenue opportunities in 2025. The opportunity to build a floor rental program and township programming during this season will begin in 2026. Other key operating revenue and expense highlights from the full recreation and facilities budget. Miscellaneous fees. So if you recall, back in April of 2024 this year, we brought forward a miscellaneous fees report, and we made quite a few changes to the structure of those fees. 2025 will be the first full year for the updated fee structure. This has a big impact. As a result, there's an additional $38,700 of increased revenue in the recreation and aquatics program fees. It's a great number, considering we don't have the new pool on board yet. We're still utilizing 2 pools in Kingston, only 2 days a week. And we're still running restricted numbers out of the arena. So that's it's a good increase. We have reviewed all of the revenues where we can, and we're pushing where we can for revenues. The second key operating revenue and expense highlight would be the Amherst Island Community Hall. This was another change made in 2024. We are seeing $10,000 in rental revenue from this for 2025, but we're also then seeing the expense side from this new level of service. So we're seeing $20,000 in contracted services. We have not hired staff for this facility as of yet. We're doing the cleaning and all of the responsibilities on our end for this facility through contracted services. We also then have the lease agreement related to with Limestone District School Board related to that facility, which is $35,500. So given the pressures on the budget related to the WJ Henderson specifically, staff have worked hard to maintain or reduce other operating budget lines year over year. Most of our lines have actually come down where possible. There's some contracted services that have come up. Our contracted services for winter control and our parking lots at the WJ and LAC came up 5%, but we were able to find savings in other lines where we can. So overall, all the other budget lines where we could have either maintained or come down where we can to try and find savings. So those are the comments I have, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Comments, questions for recreation? Go ahead, Councillor Ennis.
I know, I thought he was pointing at me, that's all. Okay.
Thank you. So I understand that the 2 big WJ Henderson increases, the 253, kind of the hybrid situation with utilities, and then the staffing needed to get the facility up and running. And you might not have this answer now, but maybe for Thursday, do you have an idea of, so that's a $450,000 increase, what that might net out to once it's up operational and the revenues for swimming lessons, for example, are coming in, what that kind of number nets out to once it's actually operating.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a number we can certainly pull. We did do a 5-year operational plan for the budget when we did the validation report and the business plan, so we can certainly pull those numbers for you, Councillor Ennis.
Okay, Councillor Broderick.
That's okay. Through the chair, just a couple of clarifications, maybe on page 71, just the park signage and updated design, 181,000. Is that coming out of this year's budget or is that a carryover from last year?
It's 2024, carry forward into 2025,
Okay,
so no impact on 2025.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure. And just on 73, provide accessible transit services pilot project in Amherst, Odessa, and Bath. Do we not already, through our Route 10, have to do that by legislation? Is that just am I reading too much into it?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this is the pilot project portion and the cost that we've added to that, like to cover that. Currently, right now, we do Route 10, but this is in addition for the new pilot.
Okay, just so I'm clear, so the pilot will still run through Amherst, and that will be paid. The accessible part will be paid from the pilot. Route 10 still runs through Amherst, but it'd be a different pot, I guess.
Sorry, through you, Chair. Anything where it hits Route 10, it will be paid. It's the same pot. It's just one's attributed to Route 10 and one's attributed to the pilot portion.
Councillor Willis.
Through the chair, you mentioned the validation report for the WJ Henderson. So are the costs that we're seeing in the budget for next year consistent with that validation, or have we had some surprises?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the costs within the current budget are from the validation report.
Other questions for recreation? Thank you very much, Ms. Lamb. And making her way to center stage is Ms. T for Heritage, Culture, and Tourism. I'll turn it over to you, Ms. T.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Council. I'm pleased to be here this afternoon to present the 2025 operating budget for the Heritage, Culture, and Tourism Division on behalf of the team and the Department of Community and Customer Services. Our work in the Heritage, Culture, and Tourism Division aligns directly with the Strong Communities corporate strategic priority within the 2024 through 2027 strategic plan. Staff focus on fostering public awareness and community engagement by highlighting our unique heritage, vibrant culture, and local traditions. Staff take pride in continuing to strengthen the positive relationships with local organizations, businesses, and individuals to collaboratively support meaningful community development as we work to enhance the quality of life, health, and well-being for residents and visitors. With Council support and collaboration from staff, community partners, and residents, we strive to create welcoming spaces and meaningful experiences that enhance the rich cultural assets in our township. From preserving our historical assets and the collections within, to developing and implementing tourism and cultural events and activations, our division is committed to building connections that enrich the lives and support Loyalist growth as an appealing destination for residents and visitors alike. The Heritage, Culture, and Tourism Division has a full-time staffing complement of 3 with 6 additional support staff during the summer season. As you will see here, the division is proposing a 2025 budget of $642,820, which is a result in a net levy impact of $586,320. This is a 7% increase from last year's budget, which, as you will see on the slide, outside of the salaries, which the Manager of Human Resources spoke to, is just under a $5,000 increase. The overview provided on the screen, which is also in Appendix B of your binder, details the budget that we are proposing. As you will see in the revenue, staff are aiming to offset some of the expenses related to the historic sites with an anticipated $12,900 in revenue. This will be achieved through the implementation of a new and more robust admission by donation campaign at the Bath Museum and the Babcock Mill, the introduction of admission-based tours at the newly restored Fairfield Goodsite House, and expanding the gift shop offerings at both Fairfield Goodsite House and Bath Museum. Additionally, we are planning new ticketed activations at the Bath Museum during the spring and fall shoulder seasons. And with the support of our Human Resources Division, we will be seeking grant funding once again to support the costs of the seasonal staff. Continuing in the revenue, you'll also notice that we are going to be offsetting some of the costs associated with the popular township-hosted community events. And staff will be actively aiming to secure $28,000 in revenues through sponsorships, in-kind donations, and grant funding. The support of the community partners not only alleviates the financial pressures, but also strengthens community connection and engagement, enhancing the quality and the accessibility of each event. And we are very grateful for the ongoing contributions of our local supporters who play a vital role in making these events possible for all to enjoy. Moving along to the division's expenses, you will see that we're not proposing much of a change to the operational expenses for 2025. The two additions that we would like to highlight include the reopening of the Fairfield Goodsite House and the new legacy space. So as staff prepare for the exciting reopening of the historic Fairfield Goodsite House in 2025, following the very extensive 2-year restoration, we're seeking $10,300 to support the reopening efforts. Funds will be used to restage the house, develop exhibits, care for the collections, and ensure that the house is properly equipped for both staff and visitors to re-enter the space once again. And funds will also be used to support a signature event celebrating the highly anticipated reopening. Lastly, staff are honored to be unveiling the new legacy space in 2025. The legacy space is being created and activated to align with the agreement between the township and the Gord Downey and Cheney Winjack Fund. The legacy space, which will be located at the W.J. Henderson Recreation Center, will be a safe, welcoming place where conversations and education about Indigenous history and our collective journey towards reconciliation will be encouraged and supported. Staff are asking for a modest $3,000 to support the activation of this space and are seeking additional funding through local grants to hopefully supplement these funds and expand the activation opportunities. In closing, I would like to thank Council for the opportunity to present the 2025 operating budget for the division. By continuing to invest in these areas, we are not only honoring our past, but also shaping a future that enriches the lives and strengthens communities and showcases a unique identity that makes Loyalists so special. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Ms. T, any questions for HTC? Councillor Willis.
Thank you, through the chair. I was glad to hear you mention applying for grants to pay for the student jobs. Did we receive any Canada Summer Job grants last year for the students that we had working with us?
The Human Resources Division may be able to support me with that. I know we did receive funding. We applied to 3 different channels for student funding, so I can't remember exactly which one. I think we received funding from Young Canada Works, but I'm sure we can get that information for Thursday to clarify exactly what funding agencies we received funding from.
Councillor Broderick.
And you could eventually look at me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question in general, on the revenue side, when the Fairfield House reopens, will it be available for weddings, receptions, et cetera, and where would that show up maybe on the revenue side?
Through your chair, for the first summer of opening, we have not incorporated those types of initiatives yet. We are taking a cautious approach forward, obviously with restoration projects. You know, we're being cautious as we're planning. So those new revenues coming in are admission tours that we're anticipating based off of numbers that we're receiving at other historic sites in the township. That's where we're getting that dollar from. We will discuss later in the presentation within the capital budget. We are requesting funds for an arts, culture, and heritage master plan, and investigating those ideas with additional revenue streams would be a great opportunity during that process.
Thank you very much, Ms. T.
Thank you.
And Ms. McFarland has some introductions to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you stated, I do have an introduction to make. We have been without a Public Works manager for a few months now, and lo and behold, today is his first day. So I'd like to introduce Charles McDonald as our new Public Works manager. I am not going to make him do any presenting or answer any questions, but I wanted him to attend. I thought it'd be a great way to have his first initiation into the township. What better way than to learn about the budget? So without further ado, I can present the Public Works budget.
Welcome, Mr. McDonald. And yes, please proceed, Ms. McFarland.
Okay. So the 2025 Public Works draft operating budget is as presented indicates an overall budget decrease from 2024. The core duties and tasks of the division have been budgeted at the same level as 2024. The overall revenue decrease is mainly attributable to the loss of the revenue from the stewardship fees, but this loss is offset by the reduction in contracted services directly related to the recycling collection contract responsibility shift in July of 2025. The increase in salary, wages, and benefits are similar to all other departments and as previously discussed during the HR portion of the budget presentation. The reduction in contracted services are mainly attributed to the reduction for the recycling collection contract and the transfer of collection responsibility to the producers, the reduction in contracted services for external locates, and the removal of additional contracted services that were added in 2024 for additional material shaping work that was required at Violet Landfill. The reduction in supplies, materials, and others are a combination of budgeting for winter control supplies and materials and internal allocation for equipment. We continue to utilize a multi-year budgeting process for winter control, and if there is an increase above the budget for winter control, the excess will be funded via the winter control reserve. We implemented this style of budgeting in conjunction with the winter control reserve a number of years ago to lessen the impact of fluctuating winter operations on the general tax levy. So this has worked well, especially with the impacts of climate change. Some details around the above key operating changes. The overall change from an external agency performing locates to internal staff has resulted in a net reduction of $40,520. This has not only resulted in a reduction of the cost of the service, but the level of service has greatly increased with this change. Locates are now being completed within the regulated time frame, and the level of accuracy for the locating has greatly improved. We have an increase for the waste collection contract of $68,000. But we've estimated an offset of $65,000 revenue increase for bag tags. So the overall net increase for that is only $3,000. We are anticipating roughly $194,000 loss of recycling stewardship fees, but that is also offset by an estimated $200,000 reduction in the recycling collection costs. So that's an overall net decrease of about $6,200. As stated previously, the Public Works draft operating budget, it was developed with the goal to maintain a level of core tasks and duties with as minimal increases as possible. There were not a lot of operational changes that we've implemented from 2024, and that's an overview of the summary. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Committee, any questions with regard to Public Works? Thank you, Ms. McFarland.
Okay. Charles.
Mr. Sharma. Go ahead, Gaurav.
Through the chair, I'll be presenting the 2025 transit and ferry operating budgets. I'll start with the transit budget. In 2025, the gross expenses related to providing the Route 10 service, the Loyalist Link new pilot project, and accessible transit service will total $1.4 million. This will be the 11th consecutive year in which staff are not proposing any increase to the area-rated property tax rate for Route 10. Loyalist Link service, which is a new pilot, it will be connecting, it has actually already started, and it connects Bath and Odessa communities, including the Millhaven terminal to Amherst-View and W.J. Henderson. W.J. Henderson Recreation Center is acting as an important transit hub, providing direct connection to Gardnerstown Center, to Cataraqui Center, and to the other communities, as I mentioned, Bath and Odessa. The accessible transit options will be expanded to eligible areas in Bath and Odessa communities because of the requirements to provide accessible transit similar to conventional transit. This expansion will be happening very soon. We are working on finalizing all the details. In terms of revenue, certain areas that we are focusing on are cross-boundary revenue, where we're expecting will be earning around $75,000. Cross-boundary revenue includes revenue that we receive for transit passes, including any revenue related to college, St. Lawrence College, Queen's University, through the school board, and any advertisement revenue that Kingston Transit shares with us as per a set formula. In the 2025 budget, we'll be using $561,000 approximately from the gas tax reserve to support the conventional and accessible transit expansion. We have budgeted $50,000 for the accessible transit funding for Odessa, Bath, and Amherst-View all combined. And I wanted to add to that question that you previously asked about $50,000. So that is the combined value we have for all the communities for 2025. In 2025, we expect as one of the, for Route 10, it's about $700,000 will be paid to Kingston Transit for the Route 10 contract. And as part of the overall Loyalist Link and Route 10 service, one important factor we are focusing is on fare integration. And it has already started wherein the passes, monthly passes or multi-ride passes are being recognized on each other network. So passengers have seamless experience. That's the transit budget if anyone has any.
Councilor Brown. Actually, more of a comment. I've heard from residents about Loyalist Link, and I'm happy to say they're thrilled with it, and that staff was able to adjust the route, I understand, to provide a stop at Foodland, which I think is a big win for a lot of people in the community.
Thank you. Other questions in relation to transit? Carry on, Mr. Sharma. Okay, I'll be starting with the ferry budget now. Gross expenses to operate the Amherst Island ferry service totaled $7.8 million in 2025. We have the passengers fare for 2025. We are not anticipating any increase in any commercial traffic, so the overall revenue related to that has been kept similar, $425,000. One of the main highlights as we budget for 2025, there's actually a couple of things. First, starting with the fuel cost, we have budgeted $2.5 million for fuel cost for 2025, considering Amherst Islander 2 is now our primary vessel of operation, and the fuel usage for Amherst Islander 2 is more in comparison to previous vessels. However, there is always a possibility, as we are working on electrification and shore power infrastructure project, if the vessel operates
on full battery mode, and if that's a possibility, then the fuel cost will be adjusted accordingly in the new year. We also have budgeted $750,000 in 2025 for contracted services, which includes our contract engineer positions through a consulting contracting company. It also includes some funding that we are setting aside for regulatory compliance. There are new regulations coming in. There are actually already in force now safety management system, but government has given us almost 1 year to prepare for the regulations, including all the manuals, procedures that need to be in place by July of 2025. Contracted services also include essential services like water delivery. We have dedicated weekly portable water delivery runs on Amos Calendar 2, and that cost is reflected in the contracted services. We are also budgeting $50,000 in 2025 to conduct a ferry rate study, and the goal will be to identify and evaluate several viable long-term sustainable funding options to support ferry's future operating needs, and to accurately set fares in 2025. We need accurate operational data, and our hope is that through this study we'll be able to determine our different costs in operating the Amos Calendar 2 and use the data to formalize the study. Also, we are expecting an operational deficit of around $593,000 in 2025. And I just wanted to also correct on page 88 where we have the funding formulas given. There was some adjustment done on Friday, and where it says it's 81% provincial subsidy, it's actually 87%. Where it says ferry reserve/debt, the debt financing is about 8.3%. I just wanted to correct that. Passenger fare remained the same at 5%. And the debt that I just mentioned, $593,000 approximately, will potentially be financed internally, and the amount borrowed will have interest added to that. That's the ferry.
Mr. Sharma, questions to the very operational? Councillor Ennis.
Thank you. Just on the internal debt financing, are there any more details on that, the mechanics of it? Which department does it come from? What might the interest rate be, or things like that?
I'll turn to the treasurer to answer that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. That is to be determined. At this point in time, the number that we were submitting, we weren't sure exactly what we were going to be able to get from the ministry. So an interim financing could be at current rates, and it could be from another, just from our general levy, like our general funds that we have. Or a transfer from a reserve fund. We haven't made anything definite, but the funding gap needed to be filled somehow, and the fares couldn't be increased in time for 2025 without the study that had to be done as well. So that's why we'd have to interim finance.
Other questions? Or did you want to comment on that, Ms. McFarland?
The only thing I'd like to add to that is we are having ongoing discussions with MTO with regards to the agreement, and different subsidies are being discussed. And without all of that unknown and the costs unknown, this was a solution as to how we could get us to a time when we had all the information and we had agreements.
Thank you. Councillor Willis.
Through the chair. The $50,000 for the ferry rate study, is that a cost that will be recoverable from MTO?
Through you, your worship, that will be subject to the same subsidy as all of our operating costs. So, they would pay 90% and we would pay 10 as part of, the current operating cost, like all of our operating costs for the ferry.
The line that's internal allocations, what makes that up?
Through you, Mr. Chair. We have internal allocations from other departments. So with regards to finance, human resources, corporate services, overall costs. And so what happens with those is they're attributed to other departments that use those. So they would get payroll, et cetera, like that, those types of service. So we would do the allocations based on usage.
So they're also subject to the recovery from MTO as well?
So there is MTO in their subsidy with the ferry has a certain percentage that we can apply for, which could be different from what we actually would charge, but our maximum is what they have allocated in their funding formula.
More? Can you just say it to make me happy? That the ferry does not cost anything to the general tax levy in Loyalist Township?
The ferry is not funded through general tax levy in Loyalist Township.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Sharma. And thank you to Community and Customer Services. And now to Utilities operating budget.
So we'll let Mr. Young
Okay.
take the.
Mr. Young, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2025 Utilities Operating Budget. Before we get started, I'd like to clarify one point on the chart on the screen. Down at the bottom there, net projected levy requirements. It says negative 100%. That's a different way of saying zero. Water sewer is fully funded by user rates and has no effect on the levy. So I just want to clarify that before we get going ahead. The Utilities Department core functions are as follows. Ensuring the provision of safe drinking water, sewage collection, and effective treatment. Legislative compliance with several government agencies, provincial and federal. Internal and external customer service, including leak detection and water metering. Just a quick overview of some of the stuff that, or infrastructure that we operate and maintain. In our water system, we have 470 hydrants, 650 valves, 4,900 water meters, 81 kilometers of water mains, 2 full water treatment plants, 5 distribution facilities. In the sewer system, we have 820 manholes, 71 kilometers of sewer mains, 2 full wastewater treatment plants, and 8 collection facilities or pump stations. Just to put some context into this, if we were to put all of the water main together in one straight line, it would reach from Odessa to Trenton. So just to provide a bit of context on that, that's a lot of pipe in the ground and a lot of maintenance that we do to that to keep it operational. Just a little bit of a covering of the 2024 progress that we've made. In 2024, the Utilities Division has seen considerable changes. In the first half of the year, a planned reorganization of the division was done in conjunction with the staff member retirement. This has been a successful change, resulting in enhanced support for day-to-day operations, with the added benefit of some efficiencies found. Staff have done a fantastic job with this adjustment, even in the challenging time of the busy season construction and throughout the summer. We look forward to 2025 and having staff excel in their new roles and the continued growth of the skill set of the team and as a whole. As mentioned earlier, our Ontario One Call locates were brought in-house in August of this year. This too has been a resounding success. The new staff members that joined the team during the transition have made fantastic additions to the division. Their contributions, combined with other staff's efforts, ensured that the startup of the utility locate program for Loyalist Township has gone off without a hitch. Very smooth with this transition. Going back in-house can have its challenges, and this was probably the smoothest transition I've seen with that type of change in my career. So it was, I'd like to take the opportunity to applaud staff for this great accomplishment and the savings being realized, in our operations as a result. Shifting gears to our focus in 2025, outside of our regular day-to-day provision of clean drinking water and the effective treatment of sewage, the Utilities Division will continue to focus on a few key areas. As mentioned with prior budgets, water meter replacements, and in particular, the reduction of non-revenue water or water loss is one of our key focuses, and we continue to work through that. The other one is something that we do and, is kind of, day to day for us as well, is we continually do, improvements and operational efficiencies review for our operations and how we do things, and are constantly reflecting on if there's any savings to be had. So digging into this a little bit, so the first point, water meters. So staff have been diligently replacing water meters in 2024 as we continue to wind back the air read backlog we had since the COVID years. Just a bit of an update on our progress. Since late 2023, staff have changed out 120 water meters. That's a lot of phone calls, a lot of appointments. Lining up those with the public can sometimes be challenging. So for us to get that many in basically a year is really a good accomplishment for staff. In 2025, this winter coming up, we are renewing our attention on replacing larger multi-residential water meters and industrial as well. We weren't able to get to as many in 2024 due to some of the plumbing issues on private property and some repairs that we had to do on some of our isolation valves for this to occur. Water meter supply issues also hindered a bit of a progress with that. And it ended up basically being considerable lead times with delivery, sometimes up to 30 weeks was a big hindrance. I'm happy to say that those supply chain issues, at least for water meters, are starting to clear up, and we look to hit 2025 running quite vigorously with this program. We'll be monitoring that program's progress as we consider, possible expanded meter changeout program in 2026, should it be warranted. So just stay tuned for that. I spoke a little bit about operational efficiencies. Operational efficiencies are something that staff do constantly, and 2025 will not differ in any way. Staff continue to implement new operational techniques and propose new technologies as they're found or developed. I'll speak more to this later when I discuss some of the expenses. Shifting over to technology, working with our friends in IT, all staff in 2024 were issued either a tablet, laptop, or have access to a desktop computer. This is in the addition of smartphone deployment to all staff. This helps immensely with our work order turnaround and tracking, and efficiencies are also found. We continue to strive further for our development of our workflow processes with Citywide and the realization of its efficiencies impact on our day-to-day. I'd like to point out also that all these efforts are in line with our strategic plan, and in particular, the priority of sustainable infrastructure and services and organizational effectiveness. So we'll move on to the chart in front of council. For For 2025, the utilities operating budget is facing a few challenges. First, I'll start with the revenue. As you can see, the bulk of our revenue comes in the other revenue line there. We've taken a very conservative approach to the revenue projections for 2025, and it's estimated to be down slightly. As we get closer to the 60-40 fixed cost funding target, we are seeing inconsistency in our budgeted revenue versus our actual. So this is due to the more variable nature of the consumption-based user pay system. Okay, so as our customers conserve more water or don't purchase as much water in the year due to significant rainfall, the more variances we can see in the revenue side of the equation. We're also projecting less in the way of impost fees this year, which is a good portion of that -3. And that was spoken to a little bit earlier as a result of home building in the municipality just slow slightly in 2025. Continuing on with revenue, I'd like to discuss a little bit on the rates. So on page 93 of the budget binder, you'll see the rates from 2019 to 2025. 2020 was the first year of the progressive change to a consumption-based majority revenue stream. For years 2020 to 2023, both fixed and consumption rates were almost flat. In the case of fixed rates, they actually went down in years 2022 through to 2024. This has put considerable pressure on the water sewer reserves. Further to this, I'd like to thank Council for the recent endorsement of the new rate structure for 2025. This will help us replenish those reserves. I look forward to the discussion next year on the rates and the updated revenue data. Moving on to and shifting gears to expenses. So we'll go down there. So we have a bit of a mixed bag of increases and decreases. Labor cost is expected to be down slightly. This is due to some of the efficiencies found in the recent division organization that I discussed earlier. But we've also deferred a new position until 2026 to help with the budgetary pressures. Other points of interest in the budget is our utilities costs, so hydro, water, sewer, et cetera, and contracted services. Our utilities costs are listed as mainly flat due to the decrease in some water use at the wastewater treatment plants. Staff have implemented some operational adjustments, which netted some water reduction and some hydro savings found by a recent pump rebuild. Contracted services have decreased significantly over 2024. This is the fruits of the locates coming in-house and having loyalist staff complete them. The quality of work has significantly increased for our customers, and the costs for this mandatory service have been reduced and stabilized. All of these adjustments, the reorg, some operational changes, and changing of contracted service providers have helped offset the significant increases that we're seeing on chemicals and other contracted services, much in line with other departments. For example, our residential water meters, just the cost alone for those went up 10% in 2025. They're going up. Last year, it was a considerable or almost the same. So these just an example of the inflation can be considerable still to our operation as we go forward. The offset of the contracted services and us finding efficiencies and doing things, we constantly do that. But I just want to point out that these can't be counted on every year to show up. We can only find so many efficiencies, and our budget is already quite lean. I'd like to just take the opportunity to thank staff for their efforts and the contribution to this budget and Council's consideration of the proposed. I'm available if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Questions for utilities operating? Councilor Broderick.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on the CSC, and this can be anybody wants. it was $1 million, I think was the number there. Do we have in the agreement that there's a cost of living, I guess, put it bluntly, like every year that, or do we have to go to the table every year and arrange something?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so the CSC agreement is actually not based on cost of living. It's based on the actual budgeted expenditures for the facilities, and it's based on the the volume of water we supply to CSC, and also the volume of sewage we treat from CSC. So basically, if the plant costs X amount of dollars, if 52% of the water we produce goes to CSC, they pay 52% of the cost. And these agreements are good for 10 years, but they haven't been, they've been updated, not updated, but renewed, but it's been the same model for a number of years.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Young, and thank you to the director. So our next is going into capital. So I think this would be probably a good opportunity to take a bit of a break since we've been going at it for nearly 3 hours. So we were planning on about half an hour. So if everybody came back at 5:15. So we'll recess the committee for now until 5:15. All right, good evening, everyone. I'll call us back to order at 20 minutes past 5, and I'll turn it back to the treasurer to begin general rate capital.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're now working on two sections. We're going to deal with the capital budget. It's broken into the general capital and it's the utility capital, and I will be calling staff up to describe their projects. So just for an overview, for the general tax rate capital budget, we're actually proposing $9.5 million in spending. And this would include almost $5.5 million in new debt issuances. And this is an estimate at this point in time. The $2.1 million is going to be drawn from discretionary reserve funds, but the debt will be finalized once the projects are. So if the projects take a year or 2 years, then that's when we're going to have a final number. But now we need to get a pre-approval for the 5.5, and if the projects are all going ahead. It's broken down into the various areas that they're going to each come up. So we have corporate services with 250,000, emergency services 243,000, economic growth and community development services 3.3 million, and community and customer services 5.6 million. One thing of note, and we talked about it earlier, is that included in these numbers is a portion of salaries. So that is the internal staff that actually does the work to prepare and do the design on the different projects. I'm just working my way through the book if anybody's following along. So we've got the funding for the general rate comes out of reserves. We have the fleet reserve, which will be utilized, the general capital reserve fund as well. We're using the money from that. Everything that's going in is going to be coming back out again. Parkland reserve fund for one of the projects in the parks, and other reserves that we have. We have miscellaneous reserves that we use for other projects. As well, the Canada Community Building Fund, we're at 235,000. This is a half of the year allocation because we pre-used some of the money from last year for capital projects for 2024. And the OCIF, the Interior Community Infrastructure, we have 419,000. And again, that's less than our allocation because we used some of the money from last year for a large project. We utilized it ahead of time. We have development charges of 220, and we have third-party agreements and of 178,000. So their only pre-budget approval that we had was for the Layer Cake Hall West Addition structural renovation. I believe that was approved back in August. And so as shown above, the General Capital Reserve Fund is used in the amount of $2.1 million. This utilizes all the funds that are being added into the 2025 to the capital reserve, with the exception of funds being set aside to repay the W.J. Henderson project. So we've allocated that portion out into a separate reserve. In order to achieve the projects below, new debt in the amount of 5.5 is to be used. The debt will be financed in 2026 or beyond once the projects are approved and completed. In the interim, the internal financing will be used and the reserve funds will be heavily depleted and do have internally imposed projects as outlined in the township's reserve and reserve fund policy. And that would need to be replenished in future years. So again, because these projects will not get done until later in 2025 or into future years, that's why we're not including any new debt in there. So that's going to be something that's going to occur in 2026's budget, but it'll affect the operating budget in 2026. The payment and interest from that debt is going to increase the amount of levy that we need then. Sorry. The long-range financial plan is a continuous work in progress and will update the assets and funding options, and that'll include user fees and tax rates to meet the reserve and reserve fund policies. So the long-range financial plan, again, is going to be the tool that we use to try to develop what's going on for the next 10 years. So we can try and figure out exactly how we can pay for all of these different projects that need to be done and what the financing needs to be. And then I talk about previous 2024. So we have the previously approved projects of $14 million, and that's a capital funding gap that may require future debt issuance. Again, we have to finalize the projects. Table 48 shows the general rate, the cumulative funding gap. And this also includes the W.J. Henderson Recreation Center, which outlined 8.9 million in debt would need to be issued for that project. And again, we talked about the long-range financial plan and we are modeling it. The base of it has been modeled off the asset management plan, which is a requirement under Ontario Regulation 58817. The asset management plan, Director of Corporate can talk to this, but the plan is going to be coming back to council later in December, and that'll be the basis for a lot of the projects that are going forward. This shows a 10-year inflated capital plan as included in Appendix F. So, and you'll see what the 10-year capital plan is, and there's some specific projects that have been detailed and listed, and that's a preliminary look at what we've got right now. Again, that's going to be updated, and this chart is based on a 2% increase in capital contribution. Just a note on proposed capital projects. So there are road rehabilitations and other asset interventions, and I'm not going to try to speak to them, but I will say that there's a number of different factors that puts things on our list. So, and it depends on these factors such as risk and legislative requirements that denote whether or not they come forward this year or in future years. And that capital prioritization policy was brought forward to council, and it's in one of the appendix, the staff report, about how there was something that was approved a few years ago, but it's a slightly different analysis that's used on it. And so we want to bring that back to council to make sure that the capital analysis is correct, how projects are brought forward. So I think I'm going to bring Luke up. You want to speak? Or I'm not sure if any of the directors want to speak to any of the budget adjustments that were completed. And these mean that they were moved forward. Or okay. Which slides? All right. Well, all right. I'm going to have to keep going with the book. Okay. So these, the following is a list of project staff are delayed or are seeking non-tax rate funding to avoid any additional issuance of debt. So you'll see there's quite a lengthy list, and I'm not going to go through and explain. Some of the different directors may want to come forward and explain why some of these different items were removed. Or if council has any questions on them, we can call the directors up to speak about these individual projects. There's also full discussion about the current status of the W.J. Henderson Recreation Center Renewal Project. There's a link in the book to the staff report. And the capital projects in detail. So we'll start with corporate services.
And while they're coming up, Councillor Broderick, you had a question?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, just so I'm clear in my head, on page 103, the line that says the asset management plan included a finding that the township's general rate contributes half of its annual required investment for future capital replacement. So basically, we would at some point have to double that rate that it is today to sort of get at a level, you're replacing it as you go, as opposed to we're 4 or 5 years behind or so.
Yes, it definitely needs to be ramped up quite a bit because we are utilizing everything that's going in right now. Yes.
Okay, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you. Through the chair, the IT manager will speak about the IT capital projects. Thanks.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. It shouldn't take too long. 2025 Although it will be a busy year, we don't have a lot of capital projects on the books. As part of the strategic plan, as you're aware, IT works to ensure that all divisions will have business continuity for their operations. With that in mind, we annually undertake projects to keep devices up to date. Next year, you'll see that we have the annual computer replacement program for $55,000, the printer replacement for $5,000, and the annual security camera replacement for $40,000. That will be our only capital projects for next year. If you have any questions, I can take those.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper. Councillor Willis?
Through the chair, when we're looking at these replacements, are we waiting until something is end of life, or do we just replace a computer every 3 years and a camera every 6 years? And I guess my question is, do we have an opportunity here to extend the life cycle on these things?
Thank you. Short answer, yes. Recommended answer, no. As with any asset, when you start to push the length of which you're using them, the cost of maintenance goes up, the chance of failure goes up. Industry best practices to replace these units every 3 to 5 years. Over the last several years, we have pushed that cycle out from 3 to 5 years. With only having a smallish IT department, having to run a preventative maintenance program for the amount of hardware that we carry, and be able to carry spares and things like that, would probably be more expensive than just replacing them when they on the life cycle. Sorry.
Any other questions for IT? Mr. Mayor?
So we purchase then, we don't rent?
Through you, Ms. Chair. Yeah, correct. We purchase them, and then at the end of the life cycle, what we will do, and this kind of answers your question, is we will keep the best of the best, and we will use them for spares for like lending out to staff for projects and things like that. And the thing that is, you know, a little long in the tooth and doesn't really have any practical use, we will sell through government auction sites to recoup some of the cost.
Thank you.
Anything further? Thank you, Mr. Hooper. Ms. Campbell, are you covering the rest?
If I could, I'll just move on to the general corporate services section. Thank you. So the only thing that we have there is an asset management project in partnership with engineering and facilities and other operations divisions to complete condition assessments on the township's facilities. So the $150,000 includes all of the township facilities except for the heritage facilities. And it includes the provision for energy audits and a look toward electrification. But that piece of the project would only move forward if we are successful in proposed grant funding that we would be applying for to undertake that portion of the project at 80% grant funding.
Any questions for Ms. Campbell? Thank you, Ms. Campbell. And I'll invite the chief to return. Go ahead, chief.
Perfect, thank you. So this year we kind of skimmed back a couple things. We did take out one large fire truck out of the budget. We're just getting a handle on, we're in the middle of our master fire plan and things like that. So we're just kind of getting a handle on a lot of different aspects. So we kind of want to get some of that information back before tackling any big projects or we're reviewing our fleet management schedule and things like that. So what we do have is annual bunker gear replacement. This is for our existing members, and I kind of mixed it up with the operating one earlier. I mentioned the 10-year replacement. This is a 10-year replacement. The operating one was actually the annual cleaning and inspection and maintenance of the bunker gear. Annual pooled fire equipment's just our equipment replacement, hoses, nozzles, all the things like that that we go through year after year. And then next one's bunker gear for new firefighters. So that'll be part of our recruitment process of outfitting the new firefighters with what they actually need if we don't have stuff that already fits them properly. Next one's a pickup truck. So this is going to be an addition. So what it would be is a new chief officer vehicle, and then one of the chief officer vehicles would float down to prevention, or one of our prevention officer. His truck's a 2009 regular cab pickup truck that doesn't really fit his needs for what he does. He does our inspection, or our investigations now through the day. So it doesn't fit the equipment that he needs in some cases. So the truck that would float down to him it's kind of set up very well for what he needs and gives him some better storage for the supplies he needs. And then his current truck would float down to become a utility vehicle. So right now, for say the training center or some of the public education events, our members use their own vehicles to, at the training center, for example, they'll haul dirty hose back or air cylinders or equipment, whatever needs to go back and forth. So that's just going to become a utility vehicle because it's due to its age. We can stretch it out for another 5 years probably for that role. It's non-emergency role. And then the SCBA fill station. So this one was in the long-term budget to be replaced in the Odessa station. We only have one SCBA fill station, so all 4 stations rely on the one in Odessa, and we can only fill 2 cylinders at a time. So if we have something big, or even a training night, if we have 2 of the stations using air cylinders on a training night, they can sit there for an hour and a half after practice filling cylinders. So my idea is to stretch the lifespan of the one in Odessa out, put a new one in Amherstview. Then we can fill multiple at once, and then it would extend the life of the one in Odessa, and we'd have a backup. Right now, if one in Odessa dies on us, we have no other option except to reach out to our neighbors and take our air cylinders over there to get filled up. So it'd be nice to have the 2, and they'd go from a 15-year lifespan to 25-year lifespan because they'd be used less. So that's all I have. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Questions for the Chief? Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, through you. Chief, just the new firefighter, so that 30,000 is based on 16?
Yes.
Is there flexibility, I guess, within your budget to?
Yeah, there would be. So we do have a stock of gear that's anything that's still within lifespan when someone retires or moves on or anything like that. We do utilize that for new people as long as it fits them properly. There's certain standards we work within to ensure proper safety and fit. If that works for some time being, we utilize that extra gear. So this would fit within the budget.
Yep. Councillor Barks.
Thank you through the chair to the chief. The replacement vehicle, is that through that program that the township is part of for replacement vehicles?
No, not through the leasing. So any emergency vehicles, we can't go through the leasing program. They don't like that we put lights and sirens and things on them. So no, yeah, we have to buy them outright.
Thank you, Chief.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. McDonald.
So through you, Mr. Chair, our engineering environment manager will explain the projects that his division is managing for 2025.
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Chair. So before we get into the specific engineering environment projects, I'm just going to touch on the W.J. Henderson capital project a little bit. So I know our Director of Finance sort of spoke to that briefly. And you've obviously heard about the impacts on the operating side as well. So just wanted to just give a general update on the state of the capital construction. For everyone who's been in the facility this fall, you would have seen greatly renovated lobby area, change room improvements and things like that. So there's a lot of great new features that have already been installed, such as the accessibility viewing platform or the Junior C change room. And certainly it is still an active construction site, so there will be many more improvements coming to not just those spaces, but to eventually the new pool facility and associated change rooms. So right now we are targeting Q1 2026 for opening to the public, which is very exciting. Obviously, with any construction project, there is challenges that arise as we've gone through. So we've seen some challenges associated with increasing costs for refrigeration equipment, excess soils, as I'm sure everyone who's driven past has seen the large mound of dirt. The below-grade plumbing at the facility was not up to code, so there was some additional challenges associated with that, and many other items that the project team continues to work through. Associated with this project, and as was discussed briefly earlier, we are intending to bring back to council an updated business case to present to council in the new year that outline these challenges that have arisen, but also some opportunities associated with some additional grant funding, such as the RBC community grant, which wasn't included in the business case, and other opportunities that staff are working towards, as well as the fundraising committee are working towards. So I will now jump to the engineering and environment section. So that's for the capital budget, that's starting on page 111. So when looking at our key projects, there's a few themes that I was trying to pull out through that table. And so it was mostly related to the policy documents that council has adopted over the years. So these are the documents like the asset management plan, the climate action plan, the infrastructure master plan, or how projects link to the strategic plan. All of these guiding documents help provide the basis for why staff are bringing forward the various projects, and they help give us the roadmap that we're using to ultimately identify what projects need to go ahead and when. And so when we're looking at projects within them, it's important also to note that many projects will touch on different plans. So when we're looking at something like water loss, which our utilities manager spoke to earlier, there's a number of different initiatives in here that are targeting the water loss. So one is our standard urban road rehabilitation projects. So for this year, the proposed project is the Sir John Johnson Prune Crescent reconstruction. And this would be full open trench replacement of water main, as well as sewer upgrades, reconstruction of the road, new paving, and tying that into not just the water loss side of things as we're replacing the water main and helping reduce the overall water that needs to be treated, but also looking at a few service upgrades that were included in the infrastructure master plan. So the construction of the multi-use pathway up Sir John Johnson, and associated with that would be shrinking the asphalt road up Sir John Johnson. Right now, it was originally constructed sort of as a 3-lane road, even though that's not its current use, as it was intended to be a collector. So we're going to end up shrinking that road, which will help with traffic calming and promote, along with the multi-use pathway, a more pedestrian-centric neighborhood. So there's a number of items that are in there. And then as well, along with water loss, another program that we're proposing this year is the water main relining program. So this would be a new annual program that would be started to look at doing trenchless rehabilitation of our water mains throughout the township. And so this would be aimed at specifically water mains that are approaching their end of life cycle use, but where the road still has existing age left in it. So that way we're not having to go in there and completely rip up the road. We can maintain that asset as much as possible, but still maintain our service standards with respect to the water mains, and ultimately look to reduce the water that we are treating. So one of the sort of good news stories that's coming out of a lot of the capital projects that we've done in Odessa over the last couple of years is we've seen the water that we're sending to the village of Odessa reduced by 50%. And that's because we found a number of significant leaks in the system as we're doing these capital upgrades. And it means that we're now needing to use less energy at the booster station to pump the water up here. We're now needing to treat less water as we're sending it out. So this significant reduction in consumption, or not consumption, in water loss, because it's just going out to the ground, is seeing benefits throughout the system now. A couple of the other programs that we're looking to build this year are related to the asset management side of things. So you'll see there's the HVAC replacement, roof replacement, and parking lot program. So these would be ongoing capital contributions just to maintain existing service levels. So I'll use the Odessa parking lot just as an example. As you drive in, you'll see the asphalt has pretty much failed right through there. There's alligator cracking throughout. And so this type of program would be used to just do that annual replacement of these various items, whether it's the parking lot or the HVAC or what have you at our facilities, just to maintain base level service standards that have been identified through the asset management plans. One component of the HVAC replacement plan program that I will talk about too is how it relates to our climate action plan. So as council may remember, we identified that as the replacement of our assets is occurring, that's the best opportunity to do upgrades to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So if we have an old oil boiler that's coming due for life cycle replacement, replacing that with an electric unit makes more sense. So that way we can see those greenhouse gas emissions reductions, and we're not having to prematurely replace a unit before it's worked its way through its useful life. So there's different ties, as I'm sort of drawing out, between the asset management plan and the climate action plan that we're really trying to work towards to finding the most efficiencies within the capital program. And so just on those last points, when looking at the proposed engineering and environment capital project list, so the vast majority of the projects that we're looking at are either asset management related or growth related. Obviously, the growth related would be projects like the Lakeview Pump Station Pump 3 upsizing. So that is intended to allow for additional growth in the Amherst West secondary plan lands, which will be coming online in the near future, and that's funded through impost fees and connection charges and doesn't hit the utility user rate system. And then the asset management side, we've talked about a little bit here, obviously, too. And so the only other real programs that we're looking at this year, which would be, I'll say, new services, would be the first is the EV charger strategy. So this project would review the electrical capacity of our various facilities throughout the township and would propose a plan to roll out chargers for both municipal fleet use and for community use. So this is in line with the goal from the climate action plan to facilitate the adoption of EVs in the community and in the electrification of our fleet. And staff are proposing to apply for a grant through the FCM, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, to partially fund this new program. And if unsuccessful in that grant, staff would not proceed with the project this year. Similar along that vein, a potential new service would be the Community Energy Financing Feasibility Study. So this would be a project to create the plan looking at subsidizing energy efficiency upgrades at various residences within the township. So it's similar in nature to the program that the City of Kingston runs, where if you're looking to install, say, a heat pump or solar PV in your house, you could apply to the township and they would fund part of it, either through a local improvement charge or other mechanism like that. And the intent of this study would be to sort of flesh out how that program might work in the township if local improvement charge makes sense, or if there's some other financial mechanism, or, obviously the other option is it just doesn't work financially for the township. So again, this project is coming from the goal within the climate action plan to reduce residential energy usage. And staff are proposing to apply for 2 grants to fund this project. So one would be through the FCM for 80% of the project costs, and the second would be through the Loyalist Township Community Grants, as this would be a project that directly is benefiting the township residents. If the grant applications are not successful, similar to the EV charger assessment, staff would not proceed with the project this year. That is my overview of the projects. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Questions? Mr. Mayor.
You answered all but 2, so I'll just go through those. The water main lining program, that's a great program to have. It's very cost effective for the proper locations. Do we see where we have enough work for this to be sort of an annual budget item, or is it just one-off as we find enough pipe that fits it, the requirements and the infrastructure like the roads and everything suitable to be able to reline?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So we certainly do anticipate the need for this to be an annual program. So I can sort of expand on the thought process that staff are following here a little bit. So the $150,000 that's proposed in this year's budget would be sort of a detailed investigation and review to confirm the condition of our assets. So one of the things that we'll note is the asset management plan typically looks at the age of the asset and what the recommended use is. But in the case of water mains, it could be highly dependent on, say, the soil conditions. So even though you could have 2 water mains that were installed in the same year, they could be in vastly different soil conditions, and one could be rotted out and one could be in pristine condition. So the $150K that we're proposing this year would be to do some investigations, do some test pits, and get samples of the water main to confirm the conditions. And then what we've done in the long-range financial plan is we've shown $700,000 per year in the future, so starting in 2026 and going out through the 10-year capital plan. And that number is based on what the asset management plan is identifying as assets at the end of their useful life, or even in the backlog as well. So we've added up the cumulative value of all the water mains that are due for replacement within that 10-year span, and that's how we've arrived at that number. Like I said, we'll be doing more detailed investigation, and if we can get that number down because more water mains are in better condition than we anticipate, then we will do that for sure.
You mentioned that the savings or the reduction in the leaks. In the past, we've done capacity reallocation, or not reallocation, capacity review on the plants. Do we have to wait a certain period of time? I'm assuming that at some point we'd be able to look at that again and possibly be able to find a new capacity value for our plants.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair. So when we bring forward our uncommitted reserve capacity assessment for the plants I think that'll be in March or April of 2025, the annual report where we sort of assess where we're at in terms of allocated capacity versus the plant's fixed capacity. That process does take into account, I believe it's a 3-year average of the outflows. So it will take a bit of time before that sort of works its way into the system, because we want to make sure that we're taking a conservative approach, so that way we're not over allocating our plants and running into a more dangerous situation. So certainly that is something that we will look at, but we'll make sure to follow the steps so that we're not unduly allocating that capacity before it's shown up over a long-term trend.
Councillor Willis.
Through the chair. About the EV charger strategy. So the province just announced multiple millions of dollars for EV chargers. Had we applied to participate in that and just didn't get any funding from it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. We applied for the 4 EV chargers that are going in at the W.J. Henderson as a part of the capital project. I believe the cost was somewhere in the neighborhood of $90,000, and we were unsuccessful.
Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. And through you, just a couple of questions. Just on County Road 6 and Taylor Kidd Boulevard intersection upgrades. Maybe you could just expand on that a bit, given all the great work that's been done there so far.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, as you've noted, there's been a great construction project this year to install that roundabout. So this would be the piece to install the last section of multi-use pathway along the frontages there. So you'll see the trail's been installed over to the business park, and once the development on the southeast corner goes ahead, the developer will install the section of multi-use trail around that corner, and then it'll just be that final connecting link across the 6 frontages.
And if I could just continue with one more, just maybe a bit of information on the Amherst Drive urbanization. Does that include speed calming measures?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So no, the Amherst Drive urbanization doesn't include traffic calming measures. This is looking at getting rid of the ditches primarily related to the development at Spears and Amherst Drive. So there's the pharmacy strip mall that's there, and then there's a new residential development that's going in next to it. So this will be looking at connecting the multi-use pathway from that intersection over to the park, as if you'll notice at the park, it kind of dead ends there. So this is the next section of that. The project is funded through frontage fees, which was a unique agreement that was reached with the developer back many, many years ago. I think it was in the 90s or early 2000s. I'm not exactly sure, but we could pull the bylaw for reference. The traffic calming portion of the project, while not identified in this year's capital budget, we did receive funding in the last year's capital budget to do traffic calming pilot study of Amherst Drive. And so the design has been completed, and we'll be tendering that project first thing in the new year. So we are intending to use the Amherst Drive as the pilot study to hopefully help develop traffic calming standards that can be then rolled out across the township over the future years, both in new developments as well as in reconstruction projects.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Back to community and customer services, starting with recreation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll be presenting the recreation facility section of the capital. The projects themselves are the projects that are not included within the engineering and environment list that Mr. McDonald just presented. So there's just a few I want to highlight. Fiber upgrades, this is the annual program that I've spoken about in the past. So if you recall, it's the safety surface around our playgrounds that keep our children safe. So it's $10,000 this year so that we can resurface some of the playground's safety surface. The tree program, this is a multi-year initiative through the Parks Division. We are working still to remove and replace diseased trees throughout the township. This includes boulevard trees as well as trees on township properties. There are still hundreds of trees that we need to address. The capital initiative itself includes tree management of both diseased trees as well as replanting. So it's both taking down and replanting. Dinosaur Park Playground, $167,000. This is actually funded from Parkland reserves. This is replacement of the play structures which are in poor condition. They're past due to be replaced. The budgeted amount is based on replacement of like-for-like equipment. However, we would do an intensive community engagement and participation of community and youth on this. We'd want to make sure that they're included in the design of the park and of the playground itself. So we would be looking at an intensive session with our youth through a variety of means to ensure that they're engaged. Sharing center front entrance repairs and accessibility upgrades. This is $55,000. We have actually applied for a grant for this project through the Enabling Accessibility Fund. However, should we not be successful, we'd still like to be able to move forward with this project. The front entrance, we'd like to address safety and accessibility at this front entrance to ensure compliance. Entails widening the external entrance and addressing accessibility in terms of push buttons and a small ramp going up. If you notice, the building itself was actually higher than the external portion when you first go through the door, as well as widening the door internally and adding an automatic door opener going into the sharing center space if you're familiar going into the space. And then there's a half-ton vehicle in the budget for $65,000. This is actually for the Parks and Facilities Supervisor usage. This position is currently using their own personal vehicle for township business. They do travel throughout the township in the course of their work, managing parks, municipal and recreation facilities, township garages, and heritage sites. This position is also does have on-call responsibilities. And then the last one is the Leisure and Activity Center equipment. It seems like a small amount at 10,000. However, it is a critical need. Previously, we had a facility renter who'd outgrown the space and actually owned tables and chairs that were in the facility. So as they moved on to a larger space, they took their tables and chairs with them, and we're now in a situation where we're dealing with what we have, but we could really use some more tables and chairs at that facility for programming. So. And that's the list for recreation facilities, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Lamb? Thank you, Ms. Lamb.
Great, thank you very much.
Heritage, Culture, and Tourism. Over to you, Ms. T.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Heritage, Culture, and Tourism Division is requesting $125,000 to develop an Arts, Culture, and Heritage Master Plan. The development of an Arts, Culture, and Heritage Master Plan was identified as a strategic priority in the 2024 through 2027 Corporate Strategic Plan and is specifically outlined as Strategic Objective 2.1.2. As you all know, master plans are vital tools for long-term planning. They provide a clear roadmap, setting a shared vision and goals for the future to ensure alignment among stakeholders, including staff, community members, and decision makers. By systematically assessing our current assets, identifying gaps, and forecasting future needs, a master plan allows us to move from reactive measures to proactive strategies, setting the stage for cohesive development and growth. In recent years, Loyalist Township has made significant investments in preserving and enhancing our cultural and heritage assets. These efforts include the $1.6 million restoration to the Fairfield Goodsite House, which will soon reopen, and the reopening of the Babcock Mill after 30 years of closure. These milestones represent a remarkable commitment by the township to preserving our heritage and history. However, these accomplishments also underscore the need for the strategic framework to ensure that our investments and efforts remain impactful and sustainable. A master plan will provide the insights needed to anticipate future resource requirements so that we can proactively meet the evolving cultural needs of our community. This will allow us to not only preserve our cultural heritage assets, but also provide foundations for them to grow and thrive in ways that reflect our community's aspirations. Many funding agencies and grants also require organizations to demonstrate a commitment to long-term planning. A master plan, combined with the museum policies and procedures that are currently being developed to align with the standards for community museums in Ontario, will enable us to establish a strong strategic foundation that grant funders are looking for. Together, these tools will showcase the township's dedication to a clear, coordinated, and professional approach, which will significantly enhance our ability to secure external funding for future projects and initiatives. Ultimately, this master plan represents a critical step in building a strong, resilient community that values its past while investing in its future. It will ensure that our arts, culture, and heritage initiatives are meaningful, sustainable, and align with both current and long-term goals. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. T. Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to Ms. McFarland for Public Works.
Okay, I'm just going to highlight a few of our projects in the list. There are 2 rural roads that are planned for rehabilitation in 2025, Simmons Road and Absalom Road, including a small portion of Doyle. Both of these projects have been identified in previous years and have been re-evaluated and prioritized below other roads as budget pressures have been such that highest priorities have been given to other roads in previous years. Utilizing that same methodology, this year staff are proposing that now is the time for these roads to be prioritized for rehabilitation. The total budget for the 2 roads is proposed to be 1.7 million. And in accordance with the asset management plan, the LCB life cycle, which is the emulsion and chip surface, so it is going to continue for 2025. We continually assess the roads in the township, and as a result, there are 5 roads that have part sections that are slated for surface treatment this year. Would you like me to provide you those ones? Or do you want me to do that in writing later, or? Okay, okay. That is approximately $750,000 worth of work that we'll be doing on those roads. We also apply the same assessments to our HBC life program. Not HBC, sorry, HCB, which is our hot mix roads. There are a number of streets that are based on assessment. We target different interventions based on where those streets are in their life cycle, and they receive either a shave and pave or a microsurfacing application that we're proposing to extend their life. And the goal is that they would delay when we need to completely replace the roads. So we're currently still doing some final assessments on all of them, but right now there are 10 part streets in Amherst-View that are being planned for microsurfacing. And in that microsurfacing, we would be adjusting structures this year as well for the height. There are 4 part streets in Bath that are being planned for microsurfacing. And then there are 3 part streets in Amherst-View for the shave and pave program. And again, I can provide, I'd be more than happy to provide the list. I got it this morning. And with the 10 part names, I could name them all off, but there's quite a few. And that is a total budget of 1.3 million for that program. The fuel tank at the Violet landfill was inspected recently, and it's been deemed that it needs to be replaced. And that budget is 30,000. The OSIM Bridge life cycle program, we have some extensive work that is planned to be completed on the wing culvert. It's going to be replaced with a new concrete culvert and road widening. And that is slated for 2025 for 500,000. We also have included 50,000 in the budget for stormwater management for structure maintenance, as well as cleanouts in order to maintain the capacity that we have for those systems. And then the other one I was going to highlight is we do have included in the budget one piece of equipment in the heavy duty fleet, which is the replacement of a snowplow. It's a life cycle replacement. There continues to be long lead times for replacements of vehicles. Therefore, the township, we need to continue to be proactive with its replacement to ensure we have the correct number of plows in our fleet in good working order to maintain our minimum maintenance standards for winter control. To provide some context for this, we ordered a plow in 2022 and we just received that this week. It was a Roll Pro. The bonus was it was a Roll Pro one. And so with that piece of equipment, we now have the ability to work with the county and with the city to apply the DLA, which is the wet surface ahead of time, which was identified as one of our strategic initiatives. And those were the ones that I was highlighting. If there's any questions on any of them, I'd be happy to answer them.
Mr. Buderick.
With the with the widening of Wing, is that going to make the bridge passable? No,
No,
still single
it's
lane?
not. Yeah, it's
Okay,
still
okay.
single lane through you, Mr. Chair. Yep.
Other questions? Councillor Broderick?
Through you, sir. Just a question on the traffic calming technical reviews on priority roads. Can you maybe expand on that and maybe give us an idea, if you know, what the priority roads might be for that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, currently we get different complaints at different times with traffic coming in different roads, and we usually do a traffic study as part of. We've allocated 25,000 as a recurring in the capital budget as part of a study, as studies for them, so that we can whatever, like what comes out of them can actually be implemented. Currently, we have 3 intersections that are being reviewed, one of which is Manitou and Sherwood. There's one on the island, the front road one, and then there's one on in Odessa Maple Road. They've been identified as areas to look at and try, and they will propose some solutions for us, and then they could become part of capital after that. So it's an allocation so that we can actually do the studies so that we can make informed decisions.
Anyone else? Yep, Councillor Ennis.
It's not for, I don't have a question for Public Works, but it's just sort of general capital before we move on. It's just one, looking at the 10-year capital budget, and it has, has the 2024 capital amounts and then the 2025. I was just wondering if staff for Thursday could pull out of that how much of all those, items is for service enhancements. I mean, the bulk would be, I'd imagine, be for service asset maintenance, but could staff pull out of those items and corresponding amounts what are service enhancements? Possible.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we can definitely take that back and bring it back on Thursday. Thank you.
Anything else for Public Works? No? Okay. Thank you, Ms. McFarland. Utilities.
Just going to give a financial overview for the utilities capital budget. So the total proposed utilities capital budget is it's in section 7, page 117. We have $5.9 million in a combined capital budget, and that's for water and sewer. There's no new debt issuances proposed in this budget, and but there is a withdrawal from discretionary reserve funds of $4.7 million. The difference would be money that's being taken from impost fees. Or from third parties. These projects are the same as the general capital, is that the prioritization process was used. And the reserve funds are going to be depleted again in this, but there is room for growth with what was talked about earlier is the new fees and charges with the water and sewer. So those reserves are planned to be replenished.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to propose the utilities capital budget. Much like the operational budget, before we get too far into things, I just want to point out a few things on the slide that's on the screen. First off, there's two projects there. One about halfway down says AWPCP. So that's Amherst Waste Pollution Control Plant. It's the same as Amherst Wastewater Treatment Plant, odor control media. So potato, it's the same thing, same place. Another one, just a little bit further down, is the wastewater treatment plant, La Good storage capacity. That is not a new utilities acronym. That is supposed to say lagoon. Yes, I just want to clear that up. We have lots of acronyms, but that is not one of them. So thank you for your indulgence on that. So continuing on, in 2025, we expect to see the lion's share of utilities capital projects to be completed by our friends in the engineering division. The utilities group still has some smaller in scope but important projects to propose to council. The projects are in line with the approved strategic plan and specific focus to sustainable infrastructure and services priority. First one I'd like to chat a little bit about, and I'm not going to go down the whole list, but a couple of the key projects there. So the SCADA communications and in specific long-term SCADA plan. The water and sewer SCADA systems are the heart of our operations. These complex control systems run pumps, send alarms, react to changes in system dynamics, for example, pressure. In 2024, the utilities division were tasked with a significant upgrade of the SCADA communications network in Odessa and Amherst areas. We completed that task of retiring our unsupported and weather vulnerable radio communications and switched over to fiber, cable, and cellular networks for our communications. I'm sure everyone remembers the Christmas 2022 storm. That we had some challenges at one of the locations. Those challenges were further, made worse with some of our communication issues with the snow. So in 2023, we embarked on rectifying that, and I'm happy to say that won't happen again, at least with the communications. Can't control the weather. In 2025, we proposed to continue this effort in the Bath area and complete the municipality's upgrades to the current standards for SCADA communications. This is labeled in the 2025 capital list for utilities as long-term SCADA plan. This plan is included in the 10-year capital plan, and as we steadily modernize our water and wastewater SCADA systems. The plan has an increased investment in the first 3 years, then levels off to more of a maintenance and of critical upkeep and hardware refurbishment. In conjunction with this, there's a few other separate SCADA upgrades are proposed. The Bath Water Tower needs to have its PLC upgraded, so we're able to put that in line with the communications upgrades. Because of the age, it will not accept fiber or other methods other than what is there for its comms. We also have SCADA control computers. So these actually, take in the information, compile the data, that sort of thing, from each of the individual sites. These are run by desktop hardware computers. They're at the end of their life. They need to be replaced. Both of these projects are listed separately for asset management reasons, and instead of being grouped inside the long-term SCADA plan proper. However, they are grouped together in the operational strategic project list. Also, continuing on with SCADA, to help drive the long-term SCADA program and plan, a SCADA master plan is proposed for 2025. This will help map out, put a roadmap of the refurbishment schedule for our unsupported PLC hardware and software, as well as some network security recommendations and other important pieces of review. Moving on to another one of the projects that I'd like to highlight here is the Amersfoort wastewater treatment plant odor control media replacement. The odor control media at the Amersfoort wastewater treatment plant is at the end of its life cycle and is currently due for replacement. The media is traditionally like a wood chip based type material. However, as more of these systems are deployed throughout North America, there's different alternatives that are starting to surface in the industry. If the project is proposed, staff will review all current media applications with the system and system installer, sorry, and to see what is the best fit for our system and to help mitigate any of the odor challenges that we have at the plant. Moving on to, as you see in the spreadsheet there, we have several pump rebuilds in there, but I'll highlight two. Fairfield Water Treatment Plant low and high lift pump rebuilds. As I mentioned, we have several pump rebuilds throughout the proposed capital budget capital list. These pumps are the circulatory system drivers of all the aspects of the water and wastewater systems. A pump rebuild can involve many different components depending on the pump design, size, duty function, etc. Rebuilds are a great and relatively inexpensive refurbishment of a pump's capacity and extends the life of these assets. Since the replacement cost is many times more than a rebuild, it's an industry standard to rebuild these pumps once or twice every through the life cycle of any particular pump. I'd like to focus on these two larger builds. The low lifts are large pumps that bring the raw water in from the lake for treatment. These pumps are designed to lift large amounts of water, a low amount, hence the name low lift. The high lift pumps are further along in the wastewater treatment process. After the raw water has been completely treated, it's ready for deployment to the water tower. These pumps, high lift pumps, push the water into the tower a really high amount of vertical feet, hence the name high lift. I'm not very creative on those, but it helps us keep things straight. These pumps are critical to our operations and are at mid-cycle and are in need of a rebuild. We recently rebuilt one high lift pump in 2023 at the Fairfield plant. We have seen recapture of its capacity and a reduction of hydro costs to operate that pump. So we definitely want to continue to do that. We expect to see similar results with the proposed builds. Outside of that, I think I'd just like to thank council for the consideration of the proposed projects. And if there's any questions, I'm here to answer them if I can.
Questions for utilities? Thank you, Mr. Young.
Okay. So with that, we've moved all the way through the budget binder with the exception of the appendices, and there is further information which we're not going to walk through tonight. But if there are any questions on those, we would ask council, please bring them up, hopefully now. There are two different recommendations, and they are on the screen. The first recommendation, based on the discussion that was had earlier, is that the first recommendation is regarding, it's on your council agenda, is that staff make application to the Green Municipal Fund for 80% funding for the Community Energy Finance Feasibility Study, estimated at $150,000. And the second, that staff be directed to make application to the Township Community Grant Program to fund the balance of 20% costs, which is the municipal share. And this particular resolution has been extracted because if we know what council wishes for this, then we can move forward to the larger resolution, which is the actual acceptance of the budget and the different various rates, etc. We can talk about that, but that's why there's two separate resolutions. So however council would like to deal with it, and we also would ask if there are any questions, how council would like to proceed.
So I'll turn over to council. So now would be the time to ask the questions for information that is a little more involved for staff to come back with, and also staff are looking for direction here for what we want them to bring back on Thursday. They've proposed the budget as it is. And the thing to keep in mind too is what we're doing with the 4.6. That's what's within our control to do something about. And so tonight, the goal for us to leave staff with is some clear direction for what we want them to bring back on Thursday. So I'll turn it over to the committee for questions, comments, discussion. Again, it's committee of the whole context, so. Councilor Woodward.
Through you, sir, I was just going to move recommendation 1, parts 1 and 2.
I'll accept that because I think that's probably
Separate from.
It is,
resolution
it is,
2,
it
so
is. It
yes.
will make a difference. Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Ennis, discussion?
None really. I mean, if you look at our MVP recently going on about 41 new chargers in his riding, yet only 2 of them in our municipality, and them being at a private business, which I know some of us do actually go to, it still makes it difficult that it's not readily available to the public. And I think if we can get a strategy towards this to make more public availability through FCM and through other means, I think that's something we should look at.
Thank you. And just to add that it's, it's contingent on getting the funding from the Green Municipal Fund. So if it goes ahead, most of the funding would come externally.
Any other comments? Councillor Willis.
As much as I am a tree hugger, I have a concern with this one. Because this isn't about vehicle chargers. This is about grants to homeowners to upgrade their windows, put in heat pumps, something that was traditionally federal. And we're about to spend $150,000 to do a study to bring in a program that once again, we're picking up something that should be paid for by a different level of government. So I'm concerned about this. Want council to do what council wants to do, but this one tweaked in my head.
Other comments? Councillor Broderick.
I would concur with Councillor Willis, and even if we do go through this, this does not tie us to actually doing that program down. It still comes back to council for another decision.
Thank you. To you, Mr. Chair. That's my understanding, is that this is just phase 1 of this project.
Other comments? Then I'll call the question. All those in favor? 2, 3, 4. Motion is carried. So then we come back to general comments, questions, and direction for staff coming back on Thursday. Start us off, Councillor Broderick.
Thank you for acknowledging me first. It's rare. It is committee of the whole. Thank you, Chair. Just a few sort of general thinking out loud questions. I would, and I know this is probably a minuscule piece in the whole budget, but I would be in favor of removing the second conference fee from all the council members. And it's a small thing, but it's a way to say, to say we're doing our I guess our little part. There's a few items in the capital projects detail that I looked at that I thought, geez, and again, I'm just talking out loud here, 2 trucks at 65,000, and then parking lot and pathways at 110,000. Well, that's 1% right there of the increase. And I know, and people around this table know that our increase is actually lower than last year when you factor out the OPP and the county. And I just think my own personal thought, it'd be great to get it down to under 4 if there's a way to do that. And I would also say, based on the first presentation, that in my opinion, any kind of salary increase for council is a non-starter for me. That's something that maybe in the 2026 budget, we look at for the next council, not for this one.
Councillor Ennis.
Thank you. Just to pick up on Councillor Broderick's, I would concur. I don't think we should be voting on increases to our own salaries. But I do believe that for the independent professional advice, we should follow that for council, the position of council for next council.
So I'm going to use my prerogative as the chair to sort of canvass on that particular one, that particular item. Are people generally in agreement about the principle of that to defer, essentially defer the increase in council compensation till the 2026 budget for the successive council? Mr. Mayor.
I am. I would also like to add that we follow the plan that was presented to us with the increases annually until the new council comes in. Otherwise, the new council is going to come in behind before they ever started, they'd be behind.
I'll go to Councillor Buderick and then I'll turn to the HR manager.
So more of like just a CPI kind of thing, that the way it has been going?
She mentioned that it was equivalent to the non-union raise, so that could be cumulatively calculated to the new council term. That's what I was suggesting.
Through you,
Ms.
Mr.
Wood.
Chair. Yes, we would like some direction in that standpoint, because there has been an estimate put in the budget for both the cost of living increase for 2025 and to implement the results of the compensation study. So we could pull those apart and take out the market increase that was estimated for council and leave in the estimate for the cost of living increase, so that, as the mayor alluded to, there's still an economic increase applied for council in 2025, which is similar to every year that council has received an economic increase.
Excuse me, if that were a motion, I would move it forward.
I'll take that. Can I get a seconder and then we can discuss? I know you're going to second that, Councillor Broderick? Okay. Any comment?
I believe and concur with what my fellow councillors have already said.
Councillor Broderick?
I don't know if this is appropriate, but through you, can I ask a question of, do you have any idea, removing that market part of it, where that would fit in the budget, like how much money that would free up? Or could you have it for Thursday?
Sorry.
Councillor Buderick?
I did rough math on that. It's just over $30,000, not counting CPI.
Mr. Chair, we did not estimate that much, as we did not know the results of the market study. So there will not be that much removed as the estimate of Councillor Buderick, but we can bring the exact amount back that we estimated in the budget for council's consideration.
Councillor Willis?
Oh.
So I'll call the, yes,
Sure.
Paul.
Mr. Chair, I think the plan is to take this back. Staff are going to crunch some numbers and then bring back the
No,
actual amount.
I'm aware of that, but I want to make sure I get consensus from what we're asking of staff, to be very clear. So I'd prefer to do that by resolution.
Sure.
If you don't mind. All in favor? Motion is carried. Okay. Other business, Councillor Willis.
The cemeteries seem to be a significant part of the clerk's budget. I'm wondering if, when we come back on Thursday, if we could have the business of the clerk's office separated from anything that's related to the cemeteries, just so that we can understand what that cost actually is.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So just clarification, you would like us to differentiate exactly what the cost of the cemetery is only? Okay. And what the changes are in the programs? Okay, thank you.
Other comments, questions? Mr. Mayor?
And that can, even on Thursday night, what I'm looking at is if it's already pared down very tight. What I might see as possible reduction may not actually be a reduction in the budget. So that's where, are there any like parking lot items that staff may have looked at, left in, but might be a possibility?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can bring back a list. There was a list of capital projects that were cut from the budget, but there wasn't a list of operational things that were cut as well. And we can bring back what's already been done just to give council a little bit more clarification that there already have been some cuts that have been made. But yes, I can talk with the other directors and find out if there is any other items that could be put into a parking lot that can be shared with the council. One thing I did want to note that there was a couple of items when we talked about taking out the two vehicles, and sorry, I apologize. There was one other item, capital in nature. The parking lot repairs. So if there's a reduction in any of the capital items, that doesn't help us get to a lower percentage increase in the operations, because what happens is we take a pot of money and we put it into the capital reserve, and that amount is $3.1 million. And that was, you came up with that number from last year plus 3% plus $250,000. So the capital reductions, I mean, the council can definitely give direction if you would like to see some of the capital projects now go ahead. But the intent to get the property tax rate down, that would have to be one of the operational costs.
So in effect, we got to cut services to get our thing down. Is that in layman's terms?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So the first part of our presentations, the ones where each of the departments came forward, any of those services would be something that would have to be cut.
Councillor Innes.
Thank you. Sort of along those lines, if we're, 7% is high, if we could find some savings to get that down a bit. If staff could bring back any items that are on the operational side that could perhaps be proposed to the committee that could go through the community grant fund. For example, the physician recruitment, or there may be others that staff may be able to bring forward on Thursday for consideration.
Mr. Mayor?
With the list that comes back, because everything's been pared down so tight, it's services, or I'm assuming strategic planning items, which would be an enhancement. And I guess that's what I was thinking too when I was asking, is there may be some strategic planning items that we just aren't able to move forward right now in order to maintain the services we have as well.
Thank you. Yes, that helps. Last year, we brought back a couple of services that were actually cut, and council was not in favor after we brought those back. So that helps if it's a reduction in enhancements is what you're looking at. I will say that there is, there's no specific direction as to a number, but the 4.6% of the increase is the township portion. There really at this point in time isn't anything that we can do, and nothing that we've heard of that's going to help us with the 2.3% increase in the OPP fees. So are there any other capital projects that anybody wanted to identify?
I'll turn to the committee. I'm not seeing any. Oh, Councillor Broderick.
Me looking through it. I'm through the chair. I would support the Amherst Drive calming project, that it get through and finished, because at least and I can't speak for my fellow Ward 3, I've heard a lot about that over 2 years and a couple of weeks now, and I really encourage that one to get through and done. And I'm pleased to see it's there and looks like it's ready to move ahead.
Other comments, questions, things that we want staff to bring back? Mr. Mayor?
Just want to clarify which item, which contract, is that the one that the director spoke of where we're doing the study for the intersections? No, different one? Okay. Thank you. And just to save time, that was a suggestion that it be brought back Thursday evening for review? Is that what you were?
I encourage that.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Disregard my comment.
Mr. McDonald has magically appeared.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that project was funded through last year's capital budget. So if you're flipping through this year's binder, you won't see it in there. So it will be going ahead unless council directs that change from last year's capital approval.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Councillor Willis.
I'm just looking at the new staff proposals because there's, to me, one that is significant, even though it doesn't have a huge net cost in this year, is the additional person in the clerk's office, the records and privacy management, because moving forward next year, that's a $90,000 item. And just wondering if on Thursday, staff could speak to what is the risk if we don't fill that position? Do we have the internal capacity to do the work?
We can definitely bring that back as well. Thank you.
Giving the committee some time.
To you, Mr. Chair. So the same as what we did last year, I will bring back a spreadsheet and post it, and we can talk about the different projects and what the effect will be, the net number to show the difference. And then we can maybe get consensus on what exactly the final number is that council wants to move forward with on at Thursday's meeting.
So I guess my question to you, Ms. Settle, are you satisfied this evening with the direction that you've been given so far, or is there something more that you want?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm fine with the direction for these items. I know that I've got huge resources sitting behind me that's going to be able to help me get the numbers. And I think there was only one question, Councillor Ennis, that had that you wanted a clarification of the breakdown between the capital enhanced services versus, that was the only other that wasn't really a number, but the rest of them I believe were actual amounts that will affect the budget. So I'm clear on that. Is there any other things that council would like to hear?
Councillor Willis.
Would it be possible for us to get copies of the reports done by the consultant that did the compensation reviews? Because we don't have those to actually look at.
That can be provided, yes.
Councillor Ennis.
Thank you. And just to clarify my question about the enhanced service, I was hoping if we could see a list of what those projects are with the corresponding amount, not just the total number. Yeah.
Okay, committee, any last words for tonight? Anything else from staff? Okay, then the directions been given for Thursday night. I think the general consensus is that, you know, council's looking as much as possible to hold the line, not a whole lot of new spending, is the general feeling. And if staff are comfortable with the direction, then I will recess for this evening and we will reconvene the committee of the whole on Thursday at 2 p.m. So we are recessed at 6:44.